on, Alan. So I'm trying to go live with Joe. Hey, Big Daddy's here. Can you guys hear me all right? This is the first time I've paired my. It's the first time I've paired my mic with my cell phone instead of my camera. Now I sent the link to Joe to have him join. I am festive. Sheena, you see I got cats on my shirt. That's my Sheena Christmas shirt. It's got cats playing with the ornaments on the Christmas tree. Hey, Will, thanks for joining. Sheena, my sister Jackie. Torn between bottles. I wish YouTube would quit changing names up. It's like I know people and then all of a sudden I don't know their actual YouTube designation. And there's Andrew. Let me see. Just give me just an extra second here, guys. All right, now I'm just kind of waiting to hear from Joe. But I need something to drink. I haven't had anything to drink today. My mouth is very dry. Hey, Ned, how's it going? Still waiting for Joe. All right, James. I mean, I see your other channel name of Bourbon Lover, and it's just, gosh, it was just kicking my butt that I'll join a stream. It'll have everybody's actual names, and I don't know what the difference is. I don't know if I don't think there's a setting, but I'll go to a stream and it'll have everybody's actual name if you put that in. But then it just comes back to your channel handle, I guess, for lack of better names. So it's everybody drinking tonight. Oh, hold on. There's Joe. All right, Joe should be in here now.
Is it working? There we go.
All right, Joe, I see you there, but I don't see you on my screen yet.
No worries. We'll figure it out. Heaven Hill Grain to Glass Weeded. I have that.
Can you hear me, Joe?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Heaven Hill Grain to Glass Weeded. I have that.
There you are.
That is a huge delay on my end. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think there's some delay here or something. 1 second.
So excited I found that.
Maybe I just need to go away from the.
How's everyone doing?
The mic or something and just do the speaker only.
No, I'm definitely not cracking the 10 yard. I don't care what anyone says. I'm not cracking that bottle. Not a chance.
Come on, Joe.
Nope. I'm thinking if I don't do it for the holidays, I'm going to wait until May when I turn 40, which seems like a pretty good occasion.
Hey, Patrick, how's it going? Welcome in.
Happy Thursday, everybody.
So I had to turn my Bluetooth mic off. I think it was stopping the audio from coming through on the phone.
Okay.
You pouring anything yet?
I bottle killed The rest of 1792 store
Did you
pick.
find one?
That's why I've gotten this right here.
Well,
And some Mexican Coke.
so I'm about to kill my bottle of JD14. I don't think
Oh my goodness.
I can't kill it tonight. That's a little too much to to kill tonight.
I've still got half of my JD14. I'm definitely trying to make that last as long as I can.
I've got backups.
That's insane. You're a legend.
No, because I didn't get that tenured hill yet, like you and Andrew did.
It is very rare when anyone gets a bottle before you do, buddy. So that's also my first hazmat. So I was super excited to snag it.
First?
Yeah.
Man, that's rookie numbers, man. You need to get them up.
Yeah, I know. I know. I mean, I just got back into, getting bottles last year, so I'll get there.
Yeah, Joe and Felton, I've got to try tenured hill from 3 different bottles. I just don't have my bottle. Thank you to my sister. I tried
Yeah.
that. It seems like when they have these lights and you put them on white light, or they call them like daytime light, everything kind of comes out to me looking blue. Because Joe, your lights are nice, and I mean what I would expect, but mine looks I guess it looks more red tonight instead of.
I mean, they look good on my end, so
Maybe it's just the brightness setting on my phone, but your fireplace got me beat though behind you.
that's just a TV with a whiskey glass and fireplace. That's it. Kept it simple. I got tired just that's plain background, so
Yeah, Joe. Total Wine was supposed to have gotten 10 of your drops today. I saw that in other reports that Steve from Whiskey's Patreon, they found it in Arizona, but I heard that it was just uh, just a limited state drop right now. Other than I think on the uh, at the distillery in Texas, I think it was on the 5th or the 9th. I can't quite remember which one.
yeah.
So you cracking that 12, or what are you doing?
No, I just wanted to show the 2 bottles I got yesterday that I'm proud of. That JD12 batch 1. So now I've got a 14 batch 1 and a 12 batch 1.
And I think the 10-year I think is on. I think it was batch 3 this year. I can't
Yep.
remember. I think I have batch 1.
Yeah, the store I got it from, he had this one, the 12, and it was super dusty too. So I was like, that's nice.
James, the top shelf up above me has. Those are all Art of the Spirits bottles up there, and they're 3 deep. So
Joe says I'm teasing. That's funny. Maybe I mean, I can't stop showing bottles I'm not going to open tonight. I'm just,
so there's like 45 bottles of Art of the Spirits up there, but I probably have 60 bottles of Art of the Spirits.
That's awesome.
And that's again the local distillery here or in NDP, non-distilling producer. They don't distill anything, so it'd be classified as an NDP.
I got you. Yeah. No, I saw Whiskey or Canaan's short about that, about NDPs, and I totally agree with him.
I mean, there's a lot of NDPs out there right now. Like I said, Iron Root. I mean, Penelope used to be an NDP. They were selling mostly or sourcing mostly MGP juice, and they were doing so good at it that MGP or Ross and Squibb, as they are now, I think MGP that name is gonna start fading away, and they'll go by just Ross and Squibb. James, you got one? They are. I know that they're just distributing, or I don't know what you really call it. It's most of these are picks from liquor stores and different bourbon groups, and honoring all facets of military and first responders and stuff like that. So
No, I love the artwork on it. And I've been curious to try their juice, and that one link you sent me a while back, I slacked on actually getting to the store to buy those bottles, and they're long gone. So
Yeah, like I said, they're. I mean, I've had people see them down in Texas. I think they got several barrels in Wisconsin, crop load in Missouri, and just a lot of other states. I think they sent some up to Alaska,
mhm.
a couple places in California, but trying to keep up a little bit on the chat here.
I don't know. You guys are spoiled out there in Colorado, man.
I don't know. It's been kind of a good season. Is that Parker's Heritage open yet?
Nah, I'm thinking that's going to be Christmas or New Year's. I definitely want to open that soon. I just wanted to. I don't know, man. All these bottles I found recently are. I'm excited for them.
All right, James. Thanks for your service.
Absolutely. Thank you for your service. So the only Penelope, the estate, well, the one I really, really wanted to find was the Omega. I have not even seen that on shelves, but I did get the single barrel and the private select. So I definitely got a few bottles I need to open here. Not tonight, but in the very soon future.
Yeah, I've been trying to. I mean, I got one Omega, but not have backups, as you know. So supposedly there's supposed to be some more coming out, and the new Havana is coming out again. They said that because that's the one that hasn't been released in the longest
Okay.
time. That's part of their core. So the Havana will be coming back out here pretty soon.
Well, maybe I'll be able to get it this time because, yeah, that's the one I wasn't able to get, and the American Light Whiskey.
That Jack Daniels 14 is just pretty damn good.
I'm reading chat right now. I kind of like trolling them in a way. All right, all right. You guys want me to crack something? We were talking about the Heaven Hill earlier, right?
My 14 is batch one also.
Nice.
Joe, you have anything tonight? Joe Unfiltered, I mean. Queasy, welcome in.
Maybe Spanish will work. Por qué?
Says, don't forget to hit that like button. I'm going to hit the like button myself. Get them numbers up.
Got to, yep, rookie numbers. Got to bump them numbers up.
Mine only shows one, but it seems like a lot of times it just doesn't refresh.
I see 10. It's all good.
Nice.
Double digits. Hey,
That's something. Yeah, Queasy. Joe's in
prepare
here
to be.
for you.
Open bottles. I hear you. Open bottles. Open bottles. All right. All right.
So Queasy's taking off.
Here we go. Oh, we got Queasy and Joe in the chat. All right.
What I was telling Queasy, better look out.
That relationship is one of legend. It really is. I love that they're dynamic. I just like joining in every now and then. Just kind of push the envelope. It's a lot of fun. All right, what do I want to crack? I got the Peerless Rum Barrel. I've got Penelope Valencia. I still have that 2024 Heaven Hill Grain to Glass. Wild Turkey 8 seems too simple.
So I thought I still had the wheated. The only one that I have from last year is the rye. And then I have so there's two releases. There's the three of these are released this year.
Mm-hmm.
And then they have three released of the, let me see if I can grab one. And then they're releasing a limited edition of all three of, man, I have a hard time pronouncing this. ChinQuapin, Chinquapin, which is it's still.
Yeah, I didn't know how to pronounce what that is either because I saw the bottles. I just wasn't interested in picking them up this year and other things I wanted.
Oh, you can see it or not. I don't know if it's backwards. Hopefully, it's not backwards.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it. I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a word.
But it's another American oak from. I can't believe I forgot it. Somewhere in the southern United States, but it's I thought it had been overseas. It's supposed to be some tight grained white oak that was supposed to impart a different type of sweetness, a different oak flavor into the whiskey itself. But they're relatively dark. I wish you had more in this one because I would try to compare them, but there's not enough
Yeah.
in that one. I need more bar space. And
So wait, did Andrew not tell you about the teenager drop today?
You talk to somebody in chat, Joe? Are you talking to Queasy?
Oh. No, I was talking to you. Did Andrew not tell you about the teenager drop today?
Yep, told me.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you again to Andrew and Sheena for snagging us that tanager because I'm really excited because I love me some cigar blends. So
I wish Andrew could teleport it here.
yeah, that'd be really nice.
So, Joe Unfiltered, if you don't get some, hopefully next time I see you, I can give you a sample of a bottle of tanager that Andrew got up in Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Trying to sound like Andrew, but I think I sounded more like Sheena. Her voice is a little bit deeper.
Actually, you know what? I don't think they really have that Minnesota accent. They kind of sound, I guess, regular Midwest or whatever, you know.
Yeah, I'm meeting Joe on Saturday. There's another liquor store that's closer to Joe that is having a pretty good drop, and so we're gonna try and meet up around 3:00 in the morning to get in. It's supposed to be Joe. Actually, you see the temperatures. When I saw it for Castle Rock, it was 36 degrees. It could be a heck of a lot colder, but I'm just gonna wear mine.
Yeah, parts of Maryland are going to get real cold this weekend. Like around where JP lives, I think it's going to be like single digits, like before the wind chill and stuff. Tons of snow, and then where I'm at, it's teens, 20s, and then next week it's going to hit mid 50s before it gets freezing again.
Hey,
Maryland weather is really strange.
Hey, Neil. Thanks for joining.
What's up, Neil?
So normally the way the weather is here, it kind of travels your way. So I think you might get a little blast of some warmer air later on next week because we were at we were like 63 degrees today, which is pretty surprising for us.
That would have been nice because I've been
Sheena not
my
having
current job site. I'm outside for all 8+ hours during the day, so that would have been nice.
You're in a building, but the building is just not enclosed completely, or what?
No, so we're replacing exhaust fans on the roof at this data center. So basically, I have to I'm the ground crew, rigging stuff up, doing this, doing that, prepping things. But you're outside pretty much the whole time.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna pour something else.
Yeah, what are we pouring? They want me to crack something before they rip my head off virtually. So what are you drinking right now?
My glass is empty.
Yeah, mine too. All right.
So I need something. I couldn't find my my Rio. I have a Rio that's open.
I got a Rio that's open also, but
I can't find it because, like I said, I got my bottles are in like 5 different places. I got
all right. Well, you got a Valencia open because I'm real curious about this. If not, I might just crack it anyway.
Yeah, go ahead and I'll crack something that I have, I think.
All right. All right. So Joe is in chat. So hopefully his negative juju doesn't affect my bottle across the interwebs here. So, all right. It's not boding well so far for me. Okay. Okay. Step 1, complete.
Well,
You good?
Yeah, I'm gonna pour some Omega. I can't find my.
Jealous. All right. So
pour it out of my Penelope Glen.
I know tons of you have had this bottle before. I know it seems silly that I spent so long searching for it. I don't care. I wanted it. I found it. It's mine now. I'm gonna crack it for those of you that say I don't crack bangers. Joe doesn't crack bangers.
I like it better than the marshmallow. I like it better than the Havana. Those are just a lot more sweet for me. They're too sweet.
All right, so this is 95 proof. So, all right, it's batch 4. Okay. All right, Beans, let's see if I can help you out here with the ASMR. Hold on.
That sounds good. Sounds good to me. My Omega didn't do a damn thing. Hey, Rob, how's it going? Welcome in, Rob.
Hey, what's up, Rob? How we doing, buddy? Rob.
I keep catching Rob's streams about 5 minutes after they're over.
Rob's streams are fucking hilarious, man. I love Rob's streams. All right, hold on. So I'm pouring up some Penelope Valencia right now. Actually, let me finish that.
Ooh, yeah, this Omega. I have a line on a couple Omegas. I'm hoping that I get them.
Well, let me know if you, I mean, you know how this works. Or is it that same store where it's like you're not supposed to
No, this is some other stores. I'm only dedicated to one store.
I'm about to be dedicated to this. I told it's that same store that cut me that huge, you know.
Did they give you a deal for multiple bottles at all, or?
Oh, because I got the 10-yard and the 12 at the same time. So yeah.
That's good.
All right, so
I'd open my Tanyard if I had one, or my Tanyard would already be open. But I got the same thing. I just need to find some.
I just find it amazing. I mean, it's one thing to be able to afford these bottles. I mean, you know, that's one thing. Put that aside, but you keep finding backups of these insanely hard to find bottles, which I think is it blows my mind.
Man, it's a
Oh
lot of
wow.
the different bourbon groups and Patreons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I belong to a couple bourbon groups here in Colorado, Southern Colorado, and again, Whiskers and Joe Unfiltered's groups. You know, a lot of them have the same people and stuff like that. And you see what goes on in the Patreon. There's a lot of discussions and back and forth.
Oh, for sure. It's kind of like a side job, but it's a fun and tasty side job. You know, especially when you when it's payday, so to speak. Because it does take a little bit of work to actually, you know, find bottles. So
Well, I mean, that's what these groups are, though. I mean, you find.
yeah.
So I was telling Andrew too. You know, Andrew said he's been looking around up in Minnesota, and he said he hasn't really found anything, you know, promising. I would just say, man, keep looking, just like you. I know you said that
Yep.
there were some groups in what is it, Maryland or West Virginia or something like that. I can't remember what all where all you had looked, but if you can find one, it's like I said, it's just the whole word of mouth and networking and. You know,
That's the main thing is networking. There is a Southern Maryland group, but they're
hey, Sexy B. Go ahead, Joe.
what's that?
I said, go ahead. I just welcome in Sexy B.
Hey, what's up, Gabby? How you doing?
That's right. It's Gabby now.
Yep, it's Gabby now.
I forgot. Yeah, thank Rob. It hit the likes. I don't know if it really does a whole lot.
Yeah, I
but
texted Rob earlier before we went live because I know they're in, you know, West Coast, so they're 3 hours behind me. So
Rob might still be working.
he might be working, they might be making dinner, you know, they might be trying to do a live at dinner, you know. So anytime they spend with us is really cool.
James, did you get one of those 10 years in that drop in Texas? Or are you down in Texas? Hey, there's my daughter. Thank you for joining.
Kind of looks like my head's on fire. Kind of look like a nerdy Ghost Rider right now. Like I kind of started getting angry, I'm not full scale.
I was more festive earlier, but I had my hat on, but it just was flipping. It just got hot. I was trying to be festive.
My head is too big for most hats, so I don't even bother. Like, you know, when you buy something, it says one size fits most. I'm not most. Cabeza Grande. It's bruh,
Your
it's insanity.
your head
All right,
might be
let me
big.
try this Valencia.
All right. Well, I'm in the Omega. Cheers.
Cheers. Sorry, I didn't mean to just be abrupt there.
This Omega's got some sweetness to it too. It's pretty good.
Okay, that is pretty damn smooth.
Are you picking up
All
any
right.
on it? That's the one that's supposed to have the citrus
Yeah.
round. AGP, welcome in.
Forward citrus flavors from the coast of España. I don't know if it's from Barcelona, but this is delicious. So,
Here's a question for you, Joe.
what's the question? Hold on. What's up, JP? How we doing, buddy? What kind of question we got? What are we rocking with? I'm not opening the Tanyard, but I'm not. So mine is exactly 141 proof. So you got, 70.50% alcohol. She barely a hazmat, but she's a hazmat.
It's a hazmat. 140.0, 139.9. You can take it on a plane.
Yep.
140.0 you can't. Just that 0.01%.
0.01%. Oh man, what did I miss JP's question? Because chat's going crazy right now. I'm not opening the Tanyard. I'm about to bust out the claws. That's what I'm about to do. Y'all about to see an angry pelican because I'm not opening the Tanyard. Tanyard, emphasis, syllable. It's not getting open.
That's what I haven't given up. But like I said, I see them all over secondary, like a dozen a day.
Annette,
$500.
Annette, they're kidding. Annette, they're my friends. They're just joking. Annette, no worries. It's all good.
Yeah, like I said, we heard that I think Costco got 3 bottles. You know, they have like 4 pallets of the JD Heritage, literally 4 pallets. There was 2 pallets wide, and then behind it was 2 more pallets. And I don't know how many cases are on a pallet, but it's just amazing how many. Because Costco has a deal with most of the different distributors that are distilleries that bypass distributors. So like my buddy James's store, he has to, and you have to go through the distributor, and the distillery send it to them, and then you order off of their live inventory. But Costco goes direct with all the distilleries, so they're working directly with Jack Daniels, to get these pallets and pallets of heritage and everything else. But I heard they only got very few of the Tenured Hills though.
Yeah, see, the Costco's here in Maryland, they're not going to sell liquor. Maybe some counties. I really don't. For liquor, you got to go to privately owned liquor stores in Maryland for the most part.
Yeah, luckily we don't do that here.
So most of my hunting is I have to travel an X amount of radius of an area, and I've already marked off like a lot of stores. Like it's like even if they do have a bottle I want, I already know I'm not going to get a good deal from the owner. There's no amount of networking I could do. So it's like I said, it's taken a minimal or a lot of work to pinpoint places I'm going to stop on certain days and be able to get bottles. Otherwise, I have to go to Virginia during a lunch break real quick or after work and hope I'm there to catch a drop. Otherwise, there's no other chance I'm going to get decent bottles or anything nice at a decent cost.
Yeah, James, kind of what JP said. the Heritage is a single barrel, so you might get maybe up to 240 bottles out of a 53-gallon barrel. So if you find one that you like I did, you just want to grab as many bottles or backups as you can of that particular barrel. Because at the gatherings, whiskey gatherings that we go to, there have been some Heritage that have came in there that they were just not good.
Yeah,
You know,
some
it's
of them
like,
are buns. Some, and I've tasted some also where it's just awful. But if JP is still here, I think he'll agree. The one that I let him, excuse me, the 903, the one I let him try, I think it's pretty damn good. And it's also the one that I'm going to be sending to Alan here soon. I know, I slack Alan, but so that's the barrel that ends in 25-04903. To me, that barrel is fantastic. The stores that had it, they sold out, and the new bottles it got in is a completely different barrel. So I'm nervous to buy it and try it, but we'll see. I've also
hey,
bought
Neil,
a lot of bottles recently. I don't need another Heritage for right now.
and then to answer your question, which is a very popular question right now about that 17 to 20 year Seagram for
75,
MGP.
Rob. Sorry. Go ahead.
They have,
Sorry.
there's just so many questions about, like Neil was asking about how many barrels of that 17 to 20 year Seagrams, which was sourced from MGP,
Mhm.
might be left. I hear that question on some large channels, people trying to find out, and it's just like, I haven't heard somebody saying, I heard somebody say 100, and then in this particular Rick House, they're like, yeah, but they split them up and stuff like that. I've heard so many different opinions on how many of those barrels there are.
Yeah, see, I try and look up production runs and this and that, and so I have a random question. There's 14,000 bottles of 10-Yard Hill, right? Does that include what they are allotting for like higher end restaurants and bars and stuff, or is that just what they allot for stores and basic consumer purchases, not restaurants or customer or food service?
Yeah,
Does
that's
that
a good
question make
question.
sense?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I'm not sure there's a easy answer for it. Sorry, guys, I'm trying
Okay.
to make some space here.
Because it was something I thought about like briefly before a stream tonight, and when I tried to Google it, I was like, I don't have time to go down this rabbit hole. So, but it's something I am curious about. If they like what they allot is for, customers on the shelves, and we save X amount for higher end bars, restaurants, etc.
Yeah, I know the distributors have all the information, because we have a bar here in Southern Colorado. It's called Parker's Garage, and you can go in there and you can get every bottle in the BTAC lineup for this year, and they'll even have them open from years in the past. So I know a lot of bars, and I'm sure some restaurants have some certain amount allotted. So I wouldn't be surprised if Parker's Garage had 10-Year Hill right now, for example.
I'm reading Queasy's comments right now. Queasy, I already have, I think, 2 more unopened stags already. So you opening a stag for a 10-yard is kind of, I'm not saying it's an unfair trade, but you guys are not going to get me to open this tonight. I'm just going to keep showing it. I'm just going to troll y'all this whole stream. Let me move it out of the way, the like button.
JP, I just got a delivery from Remedy. I've bought from several different online liquor outlets, liquor stores, but Remedy seems to be the one that's most reliable. They're the fastest. I just got that new 4-year Willet Purple Top bourbon that just came out, and they had some Old Forester King Ranch bottles that were half the price that they were selling for down in Texas. Where they're specifically made, shipped to. So you can get them in Texas, King Ranch, or you can get them online, and that's it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to try that Peerless rum finish.
All right, I'll do that next. All right, so that'll be my second bottle I cracked tonight. So where's Alan? Joe don't crack bottles. All right, so we cracked a Valencia. Boom. Let me finish this, and then I'll crack my Peerless.
Sheena, you can't take a break. You might miss something.
Okay, you know what? I've been judging Sheena's palate a little bit because every time I'm talking to Andrew and her on the phone, she's like, Joe, I just don't like it. I'm like, listen, lady, with all due respect, not that listen, Beans, you're going to learn to like it. So apparently she likes the sweeter profiles, which, it makes sense. She's a lady, perhaps more delicate sensibilities, but I forget what bottle she said one time she just did not like, and I was just like a little bit befuddled.
They found a Penelope Creme Brulee, and I like the one that I got, but I think
man, I was so excited to crack that bottle on 4th of July weekend. I went to West Virginia because I was trying to show my cousin, kind of why I'm interested in chasing certain bottles, and I thought that would be like a nice end cap dessert thing. Maybe my aunt would like a little bit of it. And oh, hold on. Peerless Rum Barrel Finish. Anyway, man, when I first cracked that creme brulee, it was very ethanol on the nose, and the taste was just not good, man. I was very worried I had wasted a lot of money, or not a lot of money, but it was a complete waste of money. I gave it, to my cousin, to my aunt. We let it even sit for, like 10, 15 minutes, and it just wasn't that good. Now that some air has hit it for a little bit, it's actually not too bad, but I don't think I'm going to chase that bottle ever again.
All right. Yeah, it seems to be pretty hit and miss.
All right, hold on.
We were talking about Penelope a lot tonight, though.
Yeah.
So I have several bottles for Peerless. They're rye and they're double oak rye, and I really like those. I think are those ones that you just got for JP. The Peerless double oak rye.
The double oak rye and the toasted rye, and yeah, it was. I don't know if the guy's watching. I know he subbed to my channel, but Brandywine Liquors, I almost hate. I'm not gonna say it again. Anyway, if you're watching, dude, you have great prices on your bottles. I appreciate you, and so do my friends. But yeah, JP got the the double oak or whatever. Yeah, toasted rye, and then when I saw the rum barrel, he only had the one on the shelf, so I was like, I'm gonna snag that for myself. So, all right.
Yep, Sheena got Andrew a nice
Womp. Sorry, Sheena. All right. What I do enjoy about the Peerless bottles, it feels like you could actually really hurt somebody with one of these things. Like, I mean, it's a hefty bottle. All right. So, once again, recap. Second bottle crack tonight, Alan. All right. Let's try a little bit.
Man, these hats are hot. So I need to get over to my sister. My sister knitted me a Santa hat, and it is really, really cool. These ones that you buy from or you get from everywhere, it's like, man, the threads or the nylon or whatever it is, man, it just gives me a rash on my forehead. But my sister has crocheted me, like I said, a Santa hat, and it is really, really cool. Actually, I should put it on Instagram or something like that. It is really cool. Because
I understand having sensitive skin. I get it. I have to use like that unscented detergent, all that jazz.
I swear these cheapo hats are made out of fiberglass or something.
That's like when I'm working with this insulated duct work and you have to seal up the corners. It's hard to get when you're wearing gloves, it's hard to, use your man hands and attach the corners with nuts, blah blah blah. So you gotta take off your gloves sometimes, and finger things out. That insulation, and it's just, dude, you're itchy for the whole rest of your shift. It's so annoying.
Yeah, luckily I
But-
don't deal with insulation or anything like that.
They pay us pretty well to deal with it, so. What's Sheena saying? Okay.
Sheena's saying that Andrew is like way spoiled and he doesn't return the favor.
I keep telling him the same thing. I was like, bruh. I was like, she's gonna. No, I'm kidding. No, they are an amazing couple. I'm very glad to call Andrew and Sheena my friends. They're
Yeah,
awesome.
we just did we have Neil just talking about Joseph Magnus has not done store picks, I think, in like 10 or 12 years.
Mhm.
But due to the current state of whiskey, and everybody's, they're just not selling like they have been. Joseph Magnus has decided to start doing barrel picks again.
Oh, really?
So we just kind of participated, or Joe Unfiltered, and tasted some samples for one of our bourbon groups here. And hopefully it's going to be coming in a few weeks. And that's what Thomas was just saying, that there's a Joseph Magnus store pick coming in a few weeks out in Michigan. And I think, Joe Unfiltered, do you know when that Joseph Magnus pick is going to be available here in Colorado?
See, I love hearing when my friends are getting to be a part of all of these amazing experiences and get to put their name, stamp, or their suggestions towards things. And Joe Unfiltered said he's going to send me a sample of that Onyx and Amber, because the bottles are already gone. But I really do like Onyx and Amber. I tried to store pick from a store around here, and it was pretty damn tasty. And I trust Joe's palate, unless he's mixing glizzies and sauerkraut and but his palate's usually spot on. And I'm really excited to try that sample once I get a hold of that.
Yeah, we went to that Onyx and Amber pick. It was really nice because a group of us got to go to the Onyx and Amber distillery and dump the barrel, bottle it, label it, wax dip it, put it in the cases and stuff like that. It was pretty cool. And then Big Daddy signed my bottle. So I'll wait till I'm ready to retire, and I'll sell that bottle that Joe signed for $1 million, because he's going to be famous by then.
I want him to sign, like, I'm gonna empty the pack of hot dogs, but I want him to sign like some Hebrew nationals. Like, take the glizzies out. Just sign the package for me. Just sign the pack of hot dogs along with the samples you're sending me. That'd be amazing. Some unfiltered glizzies. Nah, man, his videos are hilarious. The stuff he mixes.
GP, that EHT BTAC is like, man, I really do want to try it. And it's like everybody's after it because it's the new bottle.
Ask JP. I sent you pictures. That's a $2,800 bottle at the only store I've seen around here that has the new EHT BTAC. It's a $2,800 bottle on the shelf.
And if James was on here, he'd probably say that. I think he'd probably sell it for, I don't know, $169, something like that.
Is that guy for real? Did we figure out that the last guy that was in the chat talking in? Because I kept trying to, like, hey, do you ship to Maryland? Do you do this? And like, he just totally ignored me in chat. Just kept.
Man, there are so many. That's why you have to be really careful. There are so many of these scam liquor websites, especially on Instagram. They have their nice pictures and stuff like that. But I read every day how people are getting ripped off for thousands of dollars.
Well, back, what was it, last year when I was lucky enough to find Coy Hill for me and JP, we were looking at this one website, and the guy said he had like 900 bottles for sale for like around MSRP. It's like, oh, I feel so bad if someone actually fell for that. Like, there's no way. There's no way you're that gullible. But sucker born every minute.
Yep. Neo, I'm hoping to get that bottle pretty soon. Again, that Smoke Eye Hill or private label distillery is also right here in Colorado Springs, where I'm at. And I had saw it at one liquor store, and it was like $140 for some stupid reason. And then I found it at another liquor store that is known for ridiculously high prices, and it was on their shelf for $89. So I'm gonna run back and grab that Smoke Eye Hill rye.
I'm excited to try just because it's a bird theme. The Buzzard's Roost cigar rye. I know that's a rye, and the Tanger's corn, but I'm trying to put my cigar stuff together and see what actually comes out on top. I'm stupidly excited for that Still Austin Tanger. Once again, thank you, Andrew and Sheena. It's going to be my first Still Austin, and it comes in a nice, pretty box. So that's nice. I appreciate that. But all right, let me try this rum barrel finish.
The Buzzard's Roost cigar rye. It was the first bottle that I had tried from them. And
oh, really?
It was batch 1, and they were actually putting tobacco leaves in with the mash when they were creating the original mash, and so there were trace amounts of tar and nicotine in the whiskey.
I do remember that.
They had sold about 60 or 70% of it when the FDA found out about it, or FDA or ATF or Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms found out about it and shut them down. So now they just finally released the new version that has none in it. I don't know how they impart their tobacco flavor like they did in batch 1, because batch 1 is amazing. I think I have 5 bottles and 1 opened. So I grabbed a case of it as soon as I saw it, and they're selling for hundreds and hundreds of dollars. I think I paid like $49, $49 a bottle.
I think the one I bought a while back was like, I think 65.
That's not bad
For that. And I'm kind of a sucker for, if it says cigar on the label. Now, the only one I haven't bought yet is Old Elk. I don't, what is it called? Cigar Cut?
Yeah, I got one back here. So
of course you do. Of course you have one back here.
Well, Old Elk was from Colorado. It's a Colorado distillery, and they got bought by I'm forgetting. I'm getting ready to say Peerless, but it's not Peerless. Joe Filtered, you're in here. Who bought Old Elk?
Where's our resident historian? Where you at, Joe?
I know I have one of their bottles here. That's why I was looking for the bottle. Figured that would...
Opening bottles with his tongue. That tracks. That tracks. Well, let me catch back up on chat here, man. I hate missing some things. All right.
Shoot, but so they don't even know if they're going to continue the Old Elk brand. They have some pretty good, Middle West. Joe, I could not spit that out. So Middle West Spirits bought Old Elk, and they plan on moving it 100% out of Colorado to... Joe, where are they at? They're northeast, aren't they?
All right.
Middle West. Come on,
They
Joe,
said Middle West. I'm seeing Middle West.
Yeah, just remember they're up there closer to you, Joe.
That is one hell of a name in chat. You let me see the claw. Well, you want 1 claw or 2? I'll humor you. I'll humor you. Whenever I see a name in gray, it's like, I feel like it's obligatory at least once per stream, and I can be done with it. So, all right, hold on.
That's my niece's picture.
Huh?
Anyway, I said that's my niece's picture. Anyway, so I'm gonna have to say that's my niece.
Well,
but I don't know if she would know about the claws.
Oh, well, it's a good thing I wasn't inappropriate then.
And
Welcome
channels,
in.
she would be offended. She's pretty strong with character.
We act silly
But
on my
that's
stream.
that is my niece's
Only
picture.
forearms. There you go.
Thank you for joining the stream. Appreciate it. I got all kinds of family in here tonight. My brother-in-law even set up a account so that he could join my streams with my sister, Lighthouse Lady.
Oh, nice. No, I saw it when I before we went live today. I was like, man, Al's not that I'm worried about subs. I was like, damn, Al's already at 212 subs. I've been stuck between like 260 to 290 for like 2 months now. Not that it matters, but it's just all right. Cool. Everyone likes Lord Gordon though.
I'm just a friendly guy. Hey, Summer, welcome in.
Hey, Summer. All right, so this
It's
Peerless Rum Barrel. What's that?
Summer, my shirt has cats smacking around all the ornaments hanging off the boughs of the Christmas tree. Gina is a big cat person, so I thought you might like it. I know you're a dog person, Summer. I don't know if you have cats though.
Sheena is definitely a cat person.
Man, I got to have some of Alan's fine cuisine, smoked tamales cuisine this weekend. We had our bourbon club, and it was more or less catered by Alan. Smoked tamales.
So
we had
when I visit Colorado, who's putting me up in their house? I'm a very clean person. You'll never know I was there because I plan on it's. I need to visit Colorado. 2026 at some point we've got to make this happen. I'm just saying.
Hey, Joe Unfiltered's making a good point too.
What's that?
To you. So I heard you get a lot more subs will arrive if you crack open a 10-year deal.
I tell you what, if I was to do that, it would be when it's like I'm hosting this. No, I'm thinking I'm gonna wait until May when I turn 40. So I'm definitely wanting to crack it. Like it's winking me in the face right now. So is this Jack 12 batch 1 because I'd like to, but I have a line on the Jack 10 batch 1. I'm trying to get batch 1 of all of them.
Yeah, a lot of times people say that batch 1 is better.
Yep.
So Summer has 2 cats as well. So except black cats, I don't know. Sometimes I can't see them as I'm sitting here, but I know they're on there. So we got an Eagle Rare store pick, so it's Eagle Rare, but it's a single barrel.
That's
and
so
a couple
nice.
of my Eagle Rare single barrel store picks are better than the Eagle Rare 12. So a lot of people will blind them with the new Eagle Rare 12, and some of these store picks beat them because again, single barrel as opposed to a batch of 10,000 barrels. I think there's probably some barrels in there. There's probably some barrels in there that are just absolutely awesome, but they have to mix them with some barrels that just are not in order to make a standard product that everybody's looking for.
I know the one time I ever found a the way ABC stores, it's like specially selected for Virginia ABC. It was a silver sticker, the Sazerac silver sticker. That was a damn good bottle of Eagle Rare. It's very strange. Like, why is it so rare that these are hitting shelves? And in Maryland, I'll get store picks, but it's of New Riff. Now, if you're interested in like Woodford double oaked, like Maryland store picks, I can get those, and they're actually really, really good. If anyone likes Old Forester Maryland picks, there's certain store picks I can get, but when you guys are getting like the harder to find bottles, and they're also store picks, that's a lot rarer for us over here.
Yep. Hey, James, welcome in. Alan, so
Hey, Mama Spencer, how you doing?
to deviate back to Alan for a second, Smoked Tamales. There's another guy that's part of our whiskey group that just loves Alan's tamales, and he was only able to be there for a few minutes, so he went and fixed him and his wife a plate of Alan makes his own refried beans and rice, and so he made them, set them on the counter, and while he wasn't looking, I ran up from the basement, I took those plates, and I stuck them in the oven because he was getting ready to leave. Man, when he went upstairs, those plates were gone. Man, he was losing his shit.
Oh, I bet. Oh man, I would have too.
Alan's tamales were gone. We let him look around. It's like, oh, I thought those we were just jokes. Oh, we thought because I had a plate and another guy had a plate. It's like, oh, we thought that you put those together for us, and there were some more in the pan. But then we took the ones in the pan, we stuck them in a different cabinet, just so all he would see was empty pans, and the dude was about ready to throw down, and we're all friends, and he was about ready to throw down over some smoked tamales.
There's sometimes, man, don't mess with them. Oh man, when you get really excited about food, it's oh yeah, don't. I've definitely been butthurt a couple times where it's like, where'd it go? Like,
And
oh
these are
man,
people that are a little bit buzzed, they're a little bit buzzed. We all were, and he's like, man, I need to go home and chow down on some tamales and refried beans and rice, and and it was funny. It was just so funny.
yeah, that's great.
And I'm sure he'll be talking about that next time. I think next time he's going to keep those plates much closer to him. But James is in here from SDL, my absolute favorite store in the world, and he's had Alan's tamales several times too, and Joe Unfiltered, and
It's definitely.
Cody's.
I mean, I've told Alan multiples of times because I mean, I talk to you every day, up Molly's Alan every day, Joe Unfiltered about probably a good 4 to 6 days out. There's certain people I talk to quite often. I'm dying to visit Colorado. I'm thinking I might have to drive there because the amount of bottles I'm planning on buying, I don't want to fly back with them, and I probably couldn't. So it's gonna have to be like an extended trip or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
It's been a good year. I mean, we see a lot of things coming and going. Like tomorrow, there's 2 liquor stores that are getting the Old Forester Black Label barrel picks, and I like a lot of Old Forester, like the 1924, for example. I like their rye, but their rye is inconsistent. I like their bourbon, the Blue Label, but it's kind of inconsistent, and a lot of times it's just hotter than hell. And
so that's
Forester Black Labels are consistent, and it's 100 proof. It's fantastic during the week. Sunday night through Thursday night. It's just an amazing bottle. If you guys see a Black Label Old Forester pick, I'd highly suggest that you grab it.
So I don't have any Black Label picks, but I remember last year the one liquor store I went to, the guy put he didn't know. I guess they were different, but he had the Black Labels at the same price as like a lot. Oh my goodness! So I bought like 2 or 3 of them. Those are I've got those stored away. So so it's like I don't show every bottle I own because like yeah.
I don't either because I don't have room to put everything on film or on screen, I should say. I'm working on it. I'm actually talking to my wife. I want to knock this wall down that's next to me. I want to knock that wall down, and so I can expand further into the family room because I've got all the shelving, to put up with lighting and stuff like that. But right now, this is like I said, this is 35% of what I got.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Joe.
So
that's why my niece was asking about the claws. I wasn't looking real close. You can see the claws on the screen.
Do I need to move them? Are they distracting? I just know people are asking about it. It's kind of my shtick.
I didn't know how my niece knew about them. I was like, how is my niece coming in here and asking about the claws? And that's why I immediately thought it was a troll or something like that. But she's had her account for like 11 years or something like that. So
it was fun roasting marshmallows with them, though. When I when I was doing those fireside streams, it's too cold to sit outside right now. I don't care how. I'm not doing that. And well, maybe on a warmer-ish day, like, when it's supposed to be like mid-50s next week, maybe. But no, it was funny taking these and roasting some marshmallows. Just, it's one of
Yeah, this
the
is
best,
rough.
goofiest purchases I've ever made in my entire life.
I like going outside now. I mean, like I said, when it's cold, when James and I go duck hunting, there'll be times when we're out on the reservoir and it's like wind chill of like 37 below zero.
Yeah.
But you just get the right gear on, and luckily his boat duck blind is covered enough. It's not airproof, but it's covered enough to stop some of the breezes and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
it's nice to be able to, because as kids, we're out there as kids. Probably everybody in the chat, or most everybody in the chat, you're going outside, in the wintertime, no coat, no nothing. Your parents are screaming at you to come in, and you're out there for hours and hours, and it's just like you're impervious to cold until we get old, like me.
It hits
And
real quick. Your ears are lobster red, and then it's just like you can't feel feelings anymore. So it's time to
so Neo and Will both have gotten some black label picks recently that are pretty good. Like I said, I have a lot of them. I still, when I see the blue labels, when I see the green labels, the rye, I buy them. I probably, like I said, I know I always talk cases, but I probably have a couple cases of black label, a couple cases of green, and a couple cases of blue, just because I'm trying to get ready for retirement. Because when I retire, I plan on moving out to the sticks, and I'm not going to be around any liquor stores. And Colorado is a no ship state as far as liquor stores go. It's just
Yeah.
the no. They had it on the ballot last year for like the third time, and it's like the third time it just got shot down. That they can do home delivery. You have to get an additional license, and then you're required to buy a dedicated vehicle and stuff like that. But
I was would you even
Colorado,
trust someone to ship all those bottles, or I mean, would you just like? I mean, because you have a lot, so yeah, really, how do you feasibly move all that?
all of my bottles.
Yeah, like what's if you can't ship them? I mean, and even so, I'd be so nervous that they lose one box out of something. What if it's my B tax?
My bottles are going to be moved by me. I've for 15 years I worked for a moving and storage company, and I have those inflatable packs that if you order online, like you just ordered that Jack Daniels uh, American Sea Malt.
Yeah, JP. Yeah,
Oh, is that GP?
yeah. He told me about it, and I was like, please snag me one. So
I got one that's pretty good. I got it on an Air Force base out here, but like I said, I'm shipping all mine. I have 4-wall corrugated boxes. You can ask. I pack really well. I sent something to Andrew and for Sheena, I should say, to Sheena for Andrew's birthday. But I have like 5 barrels that have whiskey in them and stuff like that, and nobody's going to ship those. They're not BTAC or anything, but I'm not going to let somebody or trust somebody to ship the 5 barrels that I got.
JP said he's
like
got me one. Sorry, I'm listening to you, Al. You're good, buddy.
No, that's fine. So JP's kind of saying the same thing. It's just I like some of the blue labels. I like some of the green labels, but a lot of times those blue and green labels are like on the floor of one of the rick house, to where a lot of the black.
The store where I got the Peerless and the Penelope, my new honey hole, he has a blue label. He has a blue label, and it's a store pick, but he only has the one bottle, so he doesn't have samples of it. So but because he's giving me such really good deals, I'm man, I'm
look at the label. Just look at the label. See what floor it's on. That's something I like to try and find something like floor 4 or higher, but it's just like that's where like 90% of them, 90% of them are floor 1, and they're just not going through that temperature transition like solid rick house. I mean, like the Tanager and the Coy Hill, those are upper floors. upper floor
Yeah.
of the rick house. A lot of times you can even get specific information, and a lot of people do that. The different rick, the rows where the barrels are in, and they know, the numbers or how many ricks per floor of the rick house, and they'll try to get, like the first 3 rows of the rick on either side because it's closer to the wall to get even more heat. And it's like some of these people just really have it down to a science as to what
Yeah.
to buy or what they're not going to buy.
So I had a question for you. So let's say you're only able to, like me, I'm only going to be able to snag one of these tenured hills. Let's say you yourself can only snag one. You're going to crack it. You're going to drink it. How long do you think that bottle lasts you to compare to next year's special release? Like, at what point to you does the oxidation and this and that make it? How long are your bottles lasting? You know,
I have some quality bottles. My Coy Hill, for example, my Coy Hill's probably been open for a year.
so is
And,
mine. Yeah.
and I know that there's some flavor changes, and I've got some bottles I'll take and put on this. Like that's a 375, so that's a half of a normal size bottle. A lot of people say once it gets down to half a bottle,
Like a
then
third.
transfer it over.
Yeah.
That's just a lot of freaking work to me. It's just a lot of work. So I've never transferred anything. I mean, look at this JD. This JD 14's been open for a year. I just drank it. I mean,
Yeah.
that's all that's in there. It's been open for a year.
Mine's still
drank it.
halfway
Pretty
full.
damn
I
good.
actually, I need to go find mine real quick. I do have. You all know I got the JD 14. I just don't know why when I was looking for it earlier. It's around. I got it.
Yeah,
Man.
well, those blue labels, I'll have, like I said, there's sometimes I'll open, like for Old Forester, the green and blue labels, I'll open them, and I'll open the bottle and I'll sit the cork on the table. I'll leave them open for 8 hours, never having taken a drink, for, like I said, for 8 hours, and then I'll put the cork back in and put it back on the shelf or something like that. But
Yeah.
number one, the blue and the green labels are typically high 120s to high 130s. So, I mean, they're up there. So they're pretty hot anyway. So they need to, not that I want the alcohol to, vapor off or anything like that, but because
It benefits from a little bit of air hitting it.
it needs some oxidation. And
Yeah.
like I said, I'll put the cork in and I'll turn the bottle upside down. I'll shake it up and aerate it a little bit. I even actually have an aerator. I have a tank of oxygen, and I can put it in there.
Because I was thinking, like, if you really wanted to, like, I don't even think it would actually work though. Like, those the wine toppers that you use. I'm not going to do the pump motion, but that you pump, like you have a bottle of wine, boom, you put that little silicone top on, you pump it to get the air out. It's like, would that actually work for whiskey bottles? But then that cork that's no longer in that bottle is just going to be ruined. So
no, but my daughter bought me one for wine, and it has the nitrogen cartridges in it, and I just use it. Because like I said, I'll just put it down the bottle. I'll displace all the oxygen, and then I'll just put the regular cork back in it. And when I take the device that again displaces the oxygen or displaces oxygen, air in general, but displaces the oxygen with nitrogen or argon, both neutral gases.
Yeah.
Then I'll put that cap back on because maybe a touch of oxygen might go back in just from the motion that you're pulling pulling the device off. But I just have not had a bottle open so long. Like I said, my good bottles, my Coy Hill, my JD 14, stuff like that. From the time I open them, a year is about average. I'm not daily drinking them. I don't think anybody in here is. If they are, that's awesome. If they can just kill a bottle. I still have some friends that will say, I have 5 bottles and I will drink those 5 bottles. And as one of those bottles empties, I'll get another one and they'll take, so if they get a Tanyard Hill, they might kill it in 60 days. or something like that. But they will only have
That's
5 bottles.
all right. So I've poured out 1 or 2 samples that I needed to for friends and stuff. So this is the rest of my Coy Hill from last year. I don't think JP opened his because I found me and him a bottle at the same time. I think his is still completely unopened, but I've got enough for 2 or 3. I want to compare it next to the Tenured Hill, even though they're completely different. But I also want to take some of my higher proofs and put it into this, my Dragon decanter, and kind of just slowly add to that, and then we'll see what happens.
Yeah, kind of what James is saying too is like, a lot of people do, and a lot of times it's like, so this is sitting on my shelf, taking up the space of a bottle.
JP opened his, okay.
My Coy Hill has more than this, but again, it's another bottle that's taking up space on a bottle that would probably fit in a 2 ounce, 2 or 3 ounce sample bottles. You got 2 ounce, 1 ounce, 3 ounce, and you can move those over, and get some shelf space back. But I don't know. I just haven't. A lot of times when these bottles are getting low, like we'll get together. James's Back Alley, the Back Alley Boy Bourbon Group. We will
Back Alley Boy Bourbon.
That's one of our Bacta blends that we created. Is Back Alley, the Back Alley Boys.
I feel like we haven't talked about Bacta in a while. I'm trying to remember the last time I even saw anyone mention it.
I still think Bacta beats Art of the Spirits in quantity of bottles that I have. Because I probably got 60 bottles of Bacta. Because every time we do a blend, again, it's a blend. It is a pick, but Bacta will send out their brand ambassador. He'll bring out like 3 bourbons, 3 ryes, 6 Armagnacs, 6 Calvadoses, and you pick. The group picks, and you add the 3 together. You might decide on 1 bourbon or a rye, and then you'll make a blend with the Calvados and the Armagnac, and you'll try that, and then you'll say, blend these 3 items for number 2. It's like 1 bourbon and maybe 1 Calvados, but you can put like 3 or 4 different years vintages of Armagnac in there. So it's more than just a pick. It's a blend that is created that exists nowhere else on earth except in SDL, and the Back Alley Boys, because the first time we did one in the store, and we just created quite the traffic stoppage in the store. We have 8 or 10 of us in the store doing all these samples, and customers just couldn't get through. They have to go other ways and say, "Excuse me." So it's like, we should do this somewhere else. And it was summertime, so it was like, how about out back in the alley? And so, and that's where the name came from, the Back Alley Boys, and that's what the tag will actually say on here, printed. Will say, the Back Alley, and it'll have like this tag talks about the bourbon, the rye, or the vintages of Armagnac and Calvados that go in, the percentages that go in to create this particular bottle. So I have some down here, I got some up there, and I just have, man, I have so much.
I love that sound. To me, you know what? I'm not an ASMR fan, but what you just did there, that clank is like a split. Fellas, ladies, what's that noise? Something's about to get poured. Sounds good to me.
I had to go look to see what the hell ASMR was when Sheena was talking about it. I was like, ASMR, everything is acronyms anymore, and I'm thinking it's like shit. I had to go and actually Google it to find out what ASMR is, and then when I Googled it, and then I went back to YouTube, all these suggested video ASMR. It's like, Sheena, damn you.
I mean, like I said, I don't begrudge how anyone makes their money for the most part, but when I see someone they've got long nails and they put shaving cream on a microphone and they're just going,
I hate the fingernail lady. I hate her. I bet you that's probably Sheena's favorite, but it's like as soon as I Googled it to find out what Sheena was talking about, and since Google and YouTube are connected,
I mean, I thought about
man,
doing
it's
like
all
more the radio voice, hitting with the midnight oil.
ASMR. It was like ASMR and some frog or something like that. And I'm sure Sheena knows all these channels. It's like I'm want some bourbon suggestions, and I'm getting ASMR
It's
frog
just,
lady with the finger.
I mean, but maybe it's weird. I don't think it's weird. Me personally, I think it's primal. You know, sometimes I'll put on, this, but you'll actually hear the fire crackling in the background, or I'll put on like nature noises, like camping out in the woods or whatever, because that's what relaxes me.
Well, that's what Annette is saying also, is that just that, I'll go for that. I can just lean back. I can lean back in my recliner and I can put on like your fireplace in the background with some audio, and man, it can just talk about relaxation. I don't know if that's the same as what she's doing when she watches the ASMR vids, but you need to start, like I said, once your bottles get down a little bit. So,
oh yeah, a little bit of this Coy Hill is definitely going into it, and it's so the back. I don't know what you would call that. I don't know dragon anatomy so much, but the teeth fill up the face, the eyes. Now, obviously, the horns don't, and whatever that spine, but it's going to be a pretty badass little decanter once it's filled up.
The horns are not hollow?
No, they're not. And even if they were, that would take, because they're right by the top, you'd probably spill everything trying to make it work. All right, so by the way, I have noticed with the JD 12 batch 1 I picked up, the label is not that dark black color like on the 14. And I was wondering if it's because it's sat out for a while, but I mean, even the backside, it's more of like a leather color instead of like that darker black.
Yeah, because see on the JD 14, it has just right on the back what batch it is. Because I believe mine is batch 1, and my label's black as black can be.
Yeah. No, my 14 is definitely a batch 1. Where? Tell you what, let me go find mine. Hold on. If you're drinking 14, what's that?
Which one were you just talking about with the faded label?
Oh, I was talking about the excuse me, Mr. Sparkle. The JD 12 that I picked up, right? The batch 1. It's more of, it might be hard to see, but it's more of a darker brown color as opposed to black. Same kind of gold font embossing, but even on the back side of it, it's still the same. It's so, looking at the bottle when I picked it up, it's not like the back side of it is, but I don't know if the label's faded. I really don't care. It doesn't matter to me. If it was supposed to be jet black, it doesn't matter.
Man, you don't want it faded from sitting in the sun, because that's a bad thing.
No, that bottle definitely did not sit in the sun. What did Sheena share? Oh, boy. I feel like we're missing everything.
Sheena's been watching the same girl for 2 or 3 years. Now, if Andrew was watching the same girl for 2 or 3 years, you'd be kicking his ass.
I sometimes wonder for real if I'm artistic. Okay.
You mean autistic?
No, I know what she said. I was just being silly. You know what? To each their own. I mean, I just cannot. Although, if I did have some sexy lady that was like, it's the tank card. It comes in at 140 proof. Glub, glub, glub. Like, maybe I. But then I'm looking, not listening. So that's not really ASMR. Like, I don't know. By the way, so have you noticed that the R word that's in chat right now has now re-entered the English lexicon of words we're allowed to say again?
I didn't see it, but I know what you're saying, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it has to do with who resides in Washington.
All right.
Oh yeah,
Hold on.
Tim Walz, where I've been hearing. It said that for Tim Walz, there was a line of cars, over 500 cars long, just to go drive past Tim Walz's house, open their passenger side window, and scream that out, the R word.
Yep.
But
what are you drinking right now, bud?
I'm opening I got the Heaven Hill Rye from last year. I think it's from last year.
The Heaven Hill Rye from last year.
Yeah, I thought I had the wheated. But I must have killed the wheated and the bourbon. And then I got the two that I got this year, and I just thought that the price went up $30 when I found out they were that new release of that.
Yeah,
new
I did notice. I did notice the price changes here, and that is part of the reason why I didn't get. It's part of the. Yeah.
Because I think the 2025. I think the 2025 is the regular version. I believe they're still $99.99. I don't know if James is in here. I haven't seen him at James's store yet because I grabbed them all three in 2024 when he got them.
Yeah, so this one is the 2024 grain to glass wheated red label.
Yep.
You know what? Honestly, I have had no reason why I haven't opened this bottle yet. It's just.
Neil, were those the 2025 bottles or the 2024 bottles that you found in Michigan?
The 2025 bottles have the gold embossing on the top of the cork,
No,
right?
that's the special release. That's a special release bottle, but they're still doing all three of these 2025 also. So there's two
Okay,
sets
so
for
that's
2020.
all right. Because I was wondering why when I saw two different bottles on the shelf next to each other, it's slightly different labels, but it has the same info. Like it. Okay, all right.
So one's just, I don't know why they didn't do a special release last year, and then this year they go and they release two sets of the standard release, and then their limited release, where they have that gold coin inset
Okay.
on the lid, and then $30 more. And the proof is like on the special release. The proof is like 15 to 20 proof lower.
That's okay. So that's why I was curious because when I looked at it, I was like, why are you charging more for? Okay. All right. So that's why I didn't buy any of the 2025 of the grain of glass, but I do love Heaven Hill, which is, I mean, like
Yeah, well,
I'm stupid excited for this bottle too, Al. This Parker's. If I don't have any B tax, but when it comes to other bottles,
I opened my bottle and I didn't even pay for it yet. You know, at the liquor store, so I didn't even pay for it yet, and it's just like this bottle is opening right now.
So it's a good bottle, right? Because everything I've read online from what you've told me, it's supposed to be like a damn good pour. So
there's always somebody out there that's going to say it's crap and stuff like that. Like I know somebody who's talking that all the BTAC this year is crap, and they are. I swear to God, they're doing it just to try and get people to say, I'm not going to buy it, even though that price is pretty good. I'm not going to buy it. You know, because they're hoping to dissuade enough people so that they
I
can
think
go ahead and
even
get
a
the
bad
bottles.
BTAC at 150, I would buy it just because I'm like I'm waiting for the day like JP has what the GTS hazmat and the handy Sazerac. It's like, man, I can't get in those lotteries around here though.
But just back to the chat, Neo and Will both. I'm glad I got the bottle. I'm searching for the wheat.
All right, so he said he has a 2024 grain to glass bourbon and wasn't impressed.
For me, for 2024, I like the rye, then the wheated, and then the bourbon.
All right, well, this is the wheated, so
I like the wheated.
And everyone says I don't crack bottles. I've already cracked 2 tonight.
I'm a big fan of Heaven Hill. I really am.
I am too, man. That's why I said. That's why I was really. I really wanted a Parker's, and because it has the 15-year and 15, 12, and 11-year different mash. Oh man, everything about that bottle spoke to me, and I was like, I'm gonna buy it.
So this is one of my oldest bottles, and that's the 19-year Heaven Hill. And I have a 15-year coming in about a week. It's being shipped from Kansas City, but this 19-year Heritage gets used by Penelope. It gets used by a lot of people. The last time was like I opened this bottle, and it's got the nice packaging.
Yeah.
And the first couple times, I couldn't get that bottle out, man. It was just locked in there, and I opened the bottle. That bottle flipped out right onto the concrete, bounced a few times, and just started rolling. And I was like,
"Oh wow!"
My sphincter was like tight,
like the size of a decimal point.
And like right now, it's sounds like I popped a cork. But I'm a big heavy fan. I will always venture and spend on Heaven Hill. I just will.
Well, when the Heaven Hill 19 dropped this year, it was dude. I told you about this drop a couple times. It was at a Virginia ABC store. They had Bomberger's PFG, the Heaven Hill 19, 2 other allocated, and then each store was getting Jack batch 3 of 10 and 12, or they were getting batch 1 of JD 14. The guy opens the door, pulls out, he's got his little hand truck. I see all these cases, and I see, the JD 14. I was like, of course I wanted one of each, but you can only buy one total, not one of each. I was like, I'm getting the JD 14. I was first in line. As soon as the guy was out, I was like, yep, give me one of those.
JP, you should have got that Heaven Hill 19. It's almost, to me, it works better than Viagra. Every time I get some.
Good night, Beans.
My wife. Sheena, you're leaving us? Sheena's going to go listen to her ASMR fingernail queen.
That or cat videos.
Cat videos.
I didn't want to spend the money, but now, yeah. A Weller 12. See, you know what, man? I'm sick of seeing Weller Special Reserve, just a basic Weller Green for $100 on a shot. I posted a short about it. I've shown literal receipts. Why the hell are people charging $100 for Weller Green?
So there's about I don't know, like 10 liquor stores that are doing their allocated drop on Saturday.
Yeah,
like the one Joe and I were going to go to. But some of these liquor stores have Special Reserve as their allocated bottles. And I think Keenan, and Joe also. Joe went this year to Argonauts, a liquor store in Denver. So Keenan got in there, walked up to the wheel, man, you're going to spin. You have all these bottles. Keenan spun the wheel at Argonauts and got a freaking Special Reserve. And then what, Joe, do you guys remember what bottle Joe just got? I think was it the Pappy 20 or 25, I think is what Joe just got. Just spin of the wheel. They have 4 tables with different grades.
You talking about Joe and Filter when he spun the unicorn?
Yeah. And I think he got a Pappy
15
or 20. or something.
Yeah, he got the he was giving me crap earlier saying that he bought it. He opened it the same day, but that was also by around Father's Day. Joe Unfiltered. Don't think I forget details, buddy.
It was a good bottle. Luckily, living this close to Joe, we get to trade samples and stuff like that. So, like we had Distillery Acadian, we had the Cajun Scud, blueberry, and just their standard Cajun Scud. Joe wasn't able to get down there and get it, so I work in Denver a couple times a week, and it's like 15 minutes from where Joe works, and so we just meet in the parking lot at work and just exchange bottles just right there in the parking lot. So instead of giving Joe, like I said, a little 2-ounce sample, it's just nice to have, it's just nice to have the full bottles for his, for his videos. So I'm hoping to have a split live like I'm doing with Joe here tonight, to have a split live in a couple weeks with Philip with Distillery Acadian, because he's got some really neat things coming out. Some like a hazmat barrel rested gin, for example, which I've never seen anywhere.
See, I am so all right. I don't like finished whiskeys normally. Normally, I'm not a huge fan of single malts. When it comes to gin, that is my bottom tier of liquor. 99%. Like I will give everyone a chance, because I mean, you might find a banger every now and then. But when I hear gin, I'm just usually like ixnay on the in gin.
Hey, Joe Unfiltered's replying to you about his Happy 15.
Yeah, he bought it. Yeah, he opened the day of, and I know. Yeah, he cracked it with his dad, which is an amazing experience. I get it.
So yeah, Joe says he's flying to the East Coast and crack that bottle with him.
If he flies to the East Coast, because the last time he did was for that bottle of Bowman, right?
But I thought he was also Joe Unfiltered. I thought you were also going somewhere up Maryland or something like that.
Oh, he's been in Virginia once or twice now and just refuses to meet me because he's a big old jerk face. I think he's afraid.
Dang.
No, I'm kidding. I'm just messing with that.
Joe getting called out. So Mom Spencer is talking about a Phillips gin. So I don't drink much gin at all, like rarely. I'd buy a bottle of Gordon's gin because I'm Gordon. Man,
That makes sense.
Of that. It was nasty. But Alan, I'm going to be making some gin. Alan's got some the right type of juniper trees in his front yard, so I'm getting some juniper berries from Alan, and I'm going to make my own. Well, I distillate in my gin.
Okay. Because I mean, I'm as a former bartender, I use tons of gins, and it's like Bombay Sapphire is like, meh. I don't know. Maybe it's the whole juniper thing. I just don't like a whole lot of gins. Now, if you got some smoky flavor behind it, like add some kind of profile that I like other than just like, because when I make martinis, I use vodka. I don't ever make myself a gin martini.
Philip at Distillery Acadian, like I said, a lot of distilleries will start with vodka and gin because it's not aged, and you can start bringing some back in while your bourbon is aging, or your rye is aging, or anything like that. So you can survive almost immediately by selling vodka and gin. And Phillips, like I said, Phillips and Boulder Spirits are the first two distilleries that have referenced barrel rested. They don't call it barrel aged; they call it barrel rested.
Yeah.
And so I went down to James's because I got this new Bartesian automatic drink maker. I did a couple videos on it. So gin is one of them, and so James had a New Riff barrel rested gin that I had no idea, because I'm a big New Riff fan. I just love their bottle.
Yeah.
If people get a chance to try them, I would suggest their cast strength bourbon and rye both.
Have you had the Balboa rye?
Yeah, I got one. I got a couple of them around me here.
Well, I shouldn't. Why? I should just assume. Hold on, Al. Give me 1 second, buddy. You know what? You're more man than me. It's a strong
Go
stream.
ahead.
I gotta go figure mine out right quick. Give me 1 second.
Take it more than 3 times. You're playing with it. All right. Well, then I'm gonna catch up on some chat here. I'm trying to watch chat. It's a little bit easier with 2 people actually. With 2 people in the stream, it's kind of not like Joe's stream, but Purple Gin. Oh yeah, I think that might have been opened. In that location, Alan. Yeah, James, I was just saying that there's like 5 different liquor stores that are doing their allocation events this weekend. You know, all staged and tickets and stuff like that. And several of these liquor stores, James, just like Argonauts, which is a huge store up in Denver, that Special Reserve is part of their allocation drop. It's like, and people are going in there, and it's like, you know, maybe they don't get anything, but they'll say, man, I got a Special Reserve, and I got a Weller, I got a Special Reserve, and they're like all happy, and you know, someone's like, man, it was like, you know, I got it for $60. I think when James you sell, I think you're selling it for what, $30 or less than $40. Oh yes, happy anniversary, Mom Spencer. I saw your post on Instagram, and I think I hearted it, but I don't know if I commented on it or not. But that's pretty cool. A long time. It's nice to find, you know, another couple.
Yes, happy anniversary to Mama Spencer and Scott. You guys are awesome people. Hey, welcome in, Tyga.
I think I'm getting ready to hit 36 years next week or next year. I mean, 36 to 35 now. So, and all my brothers and sisters, I'm at 35 years, and I'm married. I'm the youngest. All my brothers and sisters have been married longer than me. So the youngest kid in the family is at 35 years, which is pretty cool.
Is it so? You were just, I was listening, you know. So these Weller prices, it's crazy to me now because before who shall not be named, destroyed all my, like, Weller used to not be crazy prices, and then once this bourbon market, everything got jacked up. I don't understand how any store can justify $100 for Weller Special Reserve. It's a $30 to $35 bottle at most. It doesn't make sense. You want to charge me $120 for Eagle Rare? Stores are getting crazy with certain prices.
Yep. Neo, are you still out there, Neo? Neo was in here just a little bit ago.
$25. So there you go. I also know during holidays that you will have people that it's last minute gifts, or you have some rich dude that's meeting his in-laws or just trying to. This is why they put the BTEC on shelves for $1,500, $2,500, because you will have that occasional a-hole that walks in, and it's the reason why they charge this much.
Hey, Neo, you look good in blue.
Oh, we got a new mod? Or you got a new mod? Sweet.
Yeah, Neo was always there. Neo's supporting Joe, supporting you, supporting Keenan.
And then I bought shampoo that costs more than that. I mean, I like to take care of my mane, you know. You got to take care of your hair, girl.
So welcome Neo in as a current mod, because like half the people in here were everywhere. It's like I'm in this stream and there's Neo, and I'm in that stream and there's Neo, and another stream and there's Neo.
Neo's awesome. Neo's good people. This Peerless rum barrel is insanely smooth. Like, and so when I first,
on a fresh crack, smooth.
Yeah, even on a fresh crack. Now, me, when I first started drinking, I mean, we all, well, not all of us, but 18, 19, 20 years old, you know, you're drinking Captain Morgan, or for me, you know, because I was bougie, I was getting private stock or different, huh?
I said, you late bloomer.
Yeah, you late
18,
bloomer
19.
drinking it. No, but rum was kind of the first thing I really started drinking was, you know, rum and Coke, this and that. And then I switched to vodka. And then I started, you know, really liking whiskey. So,
James, did you put in there? James, did you put in how much you sell special reserve for? I know I can pull up a picture, but I don't want to lose a stream or something like that, because I thought James was, or maybe that's what Alan was putting in there.
I might have to plug in my charger. My phone just went dark on me, and I was at like 70-something%. So that means I need to change my phone.
Yeah, it looks like the stream is noticing something about you too, because it popped up a new menu. So plug in, man. Plug in.
All right, give me a second. I'm gonna mute this bitch.
I'm gonna get a new glass for the Heaven Hill 19 year. Even though I rinsed my glasses. Heck, I'm even gonna use one of my new Gordon's pub glasses. Matches my picture for my channel. Gordon's Pub. I thought it was pretty cool. And I don't normally use the big glass. I pretty much exclusively. Yeah, James is saying, well, it should be no more than $35. Lately, it's like I don't even use a full size glass anymore. To me, now they seem huge. Since we're just doing a lot of sampling, I just tend to use a much smaller glass all the time. Again, this, like I said, this Heaven Hill 19, and like I said, open it in the back alley. So that's where most of this was consumed. That's gone out of this bottle, consumed in the back alley, and with the members, I should say, the people that make up the back alley group. Yeah, I'll leave it out here while I'm drinking it, I guess. But like I said, Heaven Hill juice, just like the Omega for Penelope is Heaven Hill juice, and the Penelope 13 Estate Collection is Heaven Hill juice, because although Penelope currently probably exclusively only gets their distillate from Ross and Squibb MGP. Back in the day, before they went exclusively to MGP, they were getting a lot of their juice from Heaven Hill, which is pretty cool. You know, well, like I said, I don't know, I guess I consider myself small, but I just thought, like I said, some initial merch with some Glencairns, which are I guess like the first merch that anybody would get. I think by the time maybe if I hit 500 subscribers, or I know at 1,000 subscribers you can get monetized or something like that. But just like Joe always says, it's not about monetization and stuff like that. Woo-wee. Man, that is good. But I enjoy it. I like to talk about whiskey. I like hearing other people talk about whiskey. A lot of the streams that I follow are whiskey related, and even Maker's Mark. Maker's Mark must think I'm important since they gave me my own at Gordon's Pub Maker's Mark bottle. I need to get a few cases of these and pass them out for Christmas presents or something like that. I just think that's pretty cool that James Mincam from SDL helped out with that. All right, let me just read here real quick. Yeah, hopefully Joe finds this. Uh-oh. Joe's camera has disappeared off the stream, so I'm not sure Joe's going to come back because YouTube just took him out, so his phone must have flat out died. So, James, is that what the Maker's Mark was? $31.99 for the at Gordon's Pub. And as much as I like the at Gordon's Pub, James has one that I want just as bad. And James got a bottle of the Maker's Mark, specially prepared for the Back Alley Boys, and that's classic. I should have got two. Had a Christmas party to go to, so I had to run down to James's store and get this label, and it's pretty nice because they just print them out. They print them out right there. The bottles are the same price. There's no extra charge or anything like that. They just say, what do you want put on the label? So you could have at Real Queasy, for example, specially prepared for at Real Queasy, or at Neo, or whatever. You can just put everything. You have happy birthday to a family member, happy anniversary to your wife. I thought that was pretty cool. Just a neat touch that Maker's Mark, a brand ambassador, would just would come to James' store and offer something like that. It was pretty cool. But yeah, I would like to get cases of the at Gordon's Pub. See, James is posting some Weller prices. These are James's prices, and these are prices that I paid. The special reserve for $31.99, 12-year Weller for $50. Weller 107 for $65. Anybody finding these prices? Single barrel for $75. Anybody finding these Weller prices out there on the shelves? And these are just flat out. CYPB for $69. CYPB for $69. Is that crazy or what? That is the price. That is the price. That's how much these liquor stores, rate their customers. Dedicated customers come there and spending all their money, thousands of dollars a year. And James is the only real store. And a lot of people ask me, what I paid for something, and I literally don't know. I don't get receipts. I just know that if I'm buying it at SDL, I'm not getting a better deal anywhere else. Unfortunately, I need to have a sign made for the front of my bar that says it's sponsored by Security Discount Liquor, because it really is. But like I said, it's just, yeah, Andrew, Colorado is a non-ship state. We've had that on our ballot several times over the last 5 to 10 years, and it just gets shot down. I don't know why it gets shot down, but it gets shot down. I think Joe just kind of appeared at SDL last weekend, and I think he got a bottle of Weller or something like that. So it was very nice to see Joe down there at SDL again. It's better than meeting him at the parking lot where I work in Denver. Quiz, you should do it. I think that was pretty cool of Steve. So I have my, I know people can't see it really, but over here I have my 2.5 gallon barrel with 14 bottles of Eagle Rare honey finished double oaked. And so when I take some out, so some of the Back Alley Boy members supplied me with a bottle of Eagle Rare that I ended up putting in this. So I have some dedicated bottles that I have to get out to the Back Alley Boys. But just so I can get it to some more people, I've got these 375 milliliter bottles that I'm going to put some in, so that I can try to get them out to more people. This one just happens to be James got some Bardstown barrels, some 35-gallon barrels that he had put his private label on for Security Discount Liquors. So I got one of the bottles from Bardstown. James, was it Bardstown or Barton? Geez, now I'm second guessing myself. And so I got several cases of Buffalo Trace White Dog Rye. So that's just more or less it's rye vodka. And I put this in the 35-gallon barrel that James had his Prohibition bottles poured out of. So this was White Dog. This was vodka. It was perfectly clear. It was rye vodka, distilled. Never touched a barrel. Went straight into stainless steel and then into glass. Oh, let me add Joe here real quick. All right, Joe Waters should be coming back in.
There we
You
go.
are.
You know what?
Hey,
It's official. I need to replace my phone. I thought 60 to 70% would be enough for the live. Apparently, it was not. So we're at an angle.
right on, Queasy. So, Joe, what I do, I have to step around again. So I have my phone on the tripod.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
So my phone is on the tripod, but then I just have this brick plugged in to the bottom of my phone.
Yeah.
And I just have this will charge my phone like 15 times before this battery goes dead. And I just plug it in and I just set it on a chair, the other bar stool in front.
I mean, I'm not an idiot when it comes to technology. It's just I figured the way, this is not a very professional stream on my side. That's not what you get with my content.
So this is the first time that I've used my phone.
Yeah.
Because I don't know why, because there's not an app. There's not a YouTube app for a laptop, for example. So it's the first time I've used my phone. Normally with my camera, I have an extended battery snapped onto the bottom and I don't have to worry about it. But I was kind of concerned with my phone that it might die while I was on stream. Because I don't know how. I mean, how long have we been on? Do we have?
It was like an hour and I think 40 or something, 30 or something before my phone died. So
112 minutes. I don't know if it needs to refresh, but it's showing 112 minutes. So maybe we should get off of here because people probably got something better to do than watch the likes of me and you. But I'm entertained. I'm entertained by myself. I'm entertained with Joe.
I'm having a fantastic time. It's like our normal text or phone call or conversation, but it's live, so it's cool.
Woo! Man, that Heaven Hill is banging.
So you're drinking the 19. You're drinking the 19?
The 19. And I got a 15-year pick. I have a 15-year pick coming next week. It's being shipped to Kansas City, and that's the bourbon group that they picked a barrel of Heaven Hill 15 as this big group, bourbon group in Kansas City.
Yeah.
But I have to peel the tater sticker off because they're all freaking Kansas City fans, and Kansas City's in the same conference as Denver, so I have to pull that tater sticker off.
No, I get that.
And it'll be a bottle of 15-year Heaven Hill.
That's like I've still got a you know how Maker's Mark when they have Super Bowl winners they'll do the colored wax. I still have a Maker's Mark Ravens gift bottle. Even though I'm not a Ravens fan, I bought it because it's just one of those things. So that's one of those bottles I'll sell later down the road. Next time Ravens maybe win a Super Bowl, I'll sell it. But
so Queasy, did you pour that up? So I gotta refill James's bottle of my E.H. Taylor single barrel bottle. So I have some left. I just need to put them in smaller bottles. I can't do the full 750 milliliters, but I can fill up a lot more 375s or, like I said, even 2-ounce bottles or something like that, because I can make my same custom labels for any size bottle. I got a really nice sticker printer,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool.
So is that one of the samples I'm going to be able to get from you? Is what you've been making?
Yeah, like I
What
said, Joe, I got my fifth wheel. I got my fifth wheel out front. You can have your own 1 bedroom. It's got a kitchen. It's got a living room. It's got 2 gig Wi-Fi, and it's got 3 TVs, refrigerator, stove, microwave, running water, hot and cold running water. Just sitting out, like I said, just parked out on my curb, or like I said, for like $30 a day, we can put it in the campground and roll the slides out. And just right at the base of the Rocky Mountains, there's this one really cool campground. You probably heard of NORAD. That's where
Yeah.
Track Santa Space Center or Space Force. So this campground is directly below, you know, and it's like you're just looking up in this mountain, Cheyenne Mountain, just like straight there, you know, just right up above you, and you're looking all the way up to, you know, above Timberline. But it's
That's
a
awesome.
really killer campground, and they have a nice store in the campground. You can buy wine and beer and stuff like that. But the refrigerator's there, and you can just, like I said, all kinds of beer, wine, mixed drinks. It's got a blender, it's got a toaster, it's got everything, coffee pot. Just get your favorite K cups, and but no hotel. I think the cost of a hotel would be cheaper than a, you know, one night at the campground, like half the price. When my daughter comes out here, she was in here earlier, but when my daughter and then my son-in-law come out, I just take the fifth wheel and park it up at the campground, and it's half the price of a microtel hotel that's just down the street from it.
Yeah.
So it's pretty damn cheap. Like I said, you hook, you know, water, internet, everything. It's for, like I said, less than $50. Maybe I'll stay there too. Get away from my wife a little bit. She might even pay for the campground to get rid of my ass, possibly.
So does your wife actually?
Like that. Go ahead.
Does your wife actually watch the streams, or she just knows what you're doing and she's like, "Go have fun, Al"?
So we started at 6:30 tonight, and she goes to bed at 6:30 because she gets up at like 3:15 in the morning to go to work.
I get that.
So she asked me, she's like, was that your decision to go live at 6:30 so that I couldn't watch it? And I said, fuck no, that was Joe. Joe fucking insisted on it. You're gonna be pissed at somebody, be pissed at Joe. And she's like, all right, I'm pissed at Joe.
That's fair. You can
So-
blame me. It's time zones, this and that. Actually, going 8:30 live for me is usually I'm not
It's
going
early
live
for
for like
you.
9:15, 9:30. I'm usually late. You know, my times are always approximate. My phone dies anywhere from 45 to 2 hours into the stream. So
Man, and my day is just so time driven. It's like we have to put into an application at work, you know, what we're doing at these times, stuff like that. That I just, even when I'm off, if I say I'm gonna go live at 6:30, it's like I don't know, I'm just programmed like that. So once I retire, I think it might be like a habit that I'm gonna have to break, that, you know, to try to be casual, because schedule driven is stress related to me.
see me,
So-
my body will naturally wake me up anywhere between like 3:30 to like 4:15 in the morning, because that's what I usually wake up for at work, because I got to be at the job site between 5 and 6 and blah blah. I
Yeah.
already know when I retire, I'm going to sleep and do whatever the hell I want. Like I'm not going to need like.
And I can't sleep. The sun goes down, you know, and that signals that, yeah, I need to go to sleep. But when the sun comes up, I'm up. I haven't taken a nap in, I don't know, 40 years, 45
Oh,
years.
man.
If the sun's, I can lay down, and it's just like you get to that point where you're like, and it's like, that's as far as I can get. And then I'm back awake again. My wife, my kids, they can like lay down and, man, out 5 minutes and any time of day. If they're tired, I need a nap, and they take a nap and they go to sleep, and I'm so jealous.
Well, see, for me, it's like I work, and you know, it's my job. You know, on the days where it's like, even the days it's not physically demanding, it still is, but it's really not that bad. I sit in traffic for 2 to 3 hours. I get home, I try and do some chores, cook dinner, do this and that. If I sit down, I fall asleep. That traffic to
I'm
me
jealous.
just drains that energy I have after work. I work 8, 10, 12 hours, then sit in 2 to 3 hours of traffic. It's just like, I'm done. I'm done. But the money I
Yeah,
make is
like I said,
amazing. The benefits are fantastic. So I have to go where the work is. I live in Southern Maryland, but all the construction is in Virginia and DC at data centers and this and that. So, but let me see what's going on
yeah.
in chat.
So
Tan yard.
I go to work in Denver, and it's like I'll get sleepy and almost getting the head nods, when I'm driving back and forth to Denver and in traffic or something like that. It's about average of like 70-minute drive, but it's only 2 days a week. But
Yeah.
it's just frustrating that I'll get there even when I'm home, and I'll get just to that point of nodding off, and it just snaps me back awake.
Yeah, I'll get that second win too. The
Joe, I
worst
think you need
though
to
is
get another.
like when I get home and it's like I wanted to, like, there's been some nights I really wanted to go live. I'll set up for it. And it's like, and then I'll end up accidentally sleeping from like 6 until like 8:39. So I took too long of a nap. It's like, oh man, like this is bad. Like, so sometimes you just get. I'm so tired after work some days and after traffic. Yeah. Gotta be up at 4 the next morning.
Man, Queasy, I'd like to show Joe what an open tangent looks like, but
He
I
can't yet.
don't have one. Damn it.
This is the second bottle I have found before Al. The first one was the Stag 24D,
And
and
the
this is
first
and this is the
JD14.
huh?
The first
Oh wait, I did.
JD14.
Oh, that's right. I did find that one before you, didn't I? Yeah, but now you have backups. So
Persistence. Like I said, here you go. You
yeah.
pop into a new liquor store. You pop into a new liquor store, and it's like Christmas Day.
And
One
what's
liquor store,
crazy
and
is
it's just
I never thought to stop at this one store because you look at certain places like he's not going to have anything. This guy has not B-Tax or Taylor twos, but the guy found me a bottle, so he's definitely got a customer for a very long time with me.
like that. I just feel blessed that James store, Security Discount Liquors, it is literally the closest store to me. I couldn't
Yeah.
have been more lucky. And my dad, like I said previously, my dad used to buy there in the late '60s, and I'm a little kid at the counter getting that little sucker before Dum Dums. Dum Dums didn't exist, so I'm getting that little sucker at the counter, and then
Yeah.
met my wife. I had my house inside Colorado Springs where the taxes are higher, and she had hers south of Colorado Springs. And like I said, property taxes are lower, so it was like I sold mine, moved down here. It used to be distance. Security used to be distance from Colorado Springs, and it was much quieter. It's not so much anymore.
Yeah.
But so I moved back here, and it's just like, oh damn, I can go back. I didn't. When my dad shopped there, it was a different owners. It was the original owners, and then so I started going back down there, and it was James's parents. And so I didn't know James at the time, but luckily I met James and became friends before he pretty much, I don't know, owned the store, something like that. Talking duck hunting and fishing and stuff like that, and just kind of became friends. And then it just happened to be that his parents wanted to, retire and wanted, to keep the store, and James, whatever, took it over. I don't know what
Yeah.
you call it, bought it out. But James took it over, and it was just cool. So my son and daughter at my age at the counter getting those suckers, and then my daughter now who is in her mid 30s taking my granddaughter down there, and it's just a trip. It's like my dad, me, my daughter, my granddaughters, 4 generations shopping at the same store.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, I felt really felt blessed to just come back down here and being able to see James and uh, a lot of friends of my bourbon group. It's just like like when we talk on Instagram or in Patreon, we have these different names. We talk to people, and then it's like I was in James's liquor store about 2 weeks ago, and this guy just looking at me, and I'm just like, look, I was like, what, dude? It's like you're looking at me like Joe probably looks at Queasy or something. It's just like, what's up? And he's just like, are you at Gordon's Pub? I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
actually I am. It's like, man, I subscribe to you. My wife subscribes to you. We watched all your videos. It's like, what a trip. And this guy was from a complete other state.
Yeah.
But his
That's awesome.
wife lived here, and they came here for Thanksgiving to spend some time with his wife at Thanksgiving. And they had came down and had bought from James years ago, or from Security Discount Liquors years ago. But it was like the first time. Like I think Keenan has mentioned it a couple times on Whiskey that he's went somewhere and that he was recognized. So it was the first time, and it happened to be in Security Discount Liquors, which is fitting. And several people, like I said, several people that I've met at Security Discount Liquors that are from one streams, Joe's stream, Joe Filtered stream, or Keenan streams, or something like that. It's just, I don't know, it's pretty cool. The whiskey community, not to get off on a tangent, the whiskey community is really, really cool.
Yeah.
So
See, I'm trying to make more connections out here for these Maryland and Virginia distilleries, but they're, I don't know, man. They're kind of close knit, and I'm going to need more. They want bigger channels. They're not really interested in the little guy, so to speak, which is kind of unfortunate. But I've I've really liked enjoying finding these more local stores now where I show them proof of, hey, here's my content. It's silly, but I'm not buying bottles off of you to flip them and sell them and do this and that. Like, help me, help you, help me. Like, and time is money, and product. The longer it sits on your shelf, like you're losing money, which means you're hoping one day someone's going to come in and spend. No, man, I've got cash right now. This bottle is 90 MSRP. Why would you charge me $900? Because I showed you that text message from the one owner of that store that says, "Hey, 10-Yard Hill, I have it right now. One bottle, $900." No, no.
Sadly, I've seen it.
I'm not going to be that asshole that spends that much on any one bottle. I'm not going to be that guy. I absolutely refuse.
So this is another Buzzard's Roost that came out while they were waiting to send out the cigar rye, and that's a Char One rye, or Char One rye, and it's a pretty phenomenal bottle. That's like less than $50 if you happen to see that too. It's
I
pretty killer.
see Toasted Barrel, and I'd have to. I know I've seen Char. I'd have to look at what the number is on the bottle, but it's certain stores have different bottles of the Buzzard's Roost.
So it looks like Queasy has given me a thumbs up on my E.H. Taylor Double Oak Honey Finished.
Yeah, I'm sure
and like you
that's.
said, it went pretty good. And like I said, the Eagle Rare will come out, and then they have a new process out to recooper the barrel. A lot of times people will just like get rid of the barrel, buy something new. But lately, just as people trying to learn ways to save money, they have this new process that you take this. It's like an oak stick that's coated with something that, I don't want to say gunpowder, but it's coated with something that makes it extra flammable, but it still allows it to be, what comes out of the barrel is human consumable. And you just put this stick in there, you light the stick and throw it in there, and it flash burns it. I mean, it just burns so quick that the flame from it covers 360 and both ends of the barrel and literally recharge the barrel, so that you can take the same barrel and use it. Like I said, I use a barrel typically twice, and I have to get another one. So the barrel that I
Yeah.
got from James that I have different things in, but now you can use it until either the seal at the head, or the bottom of the barrel, starts to leak or something like that. That putting something in it and it just does no longer seals. There's food grade caulking that you can use on the head and the bottom of the barrel that you can seal that or something like that. Just to you can take a char 1 barrel literally and turn it into a char 4 barrel, and like a 2.5 gallon barrels, $150 maybe. I mean, I get them on Amazon and they're quality barrels on Amazon. Even this one here, I just spilled my whiskey. So I've had scotch in here. I've had scotch in this barrel. This is the barrel that I take to the Renaissance Festival. And I've had scotch in here for, I don't know, 10 years, 15 years. And I just I just top it off just to keep it sealed, and I'll pour it now and again. But like I said, it's just cool that there's the precision cuts of the stave, the angles and stuff like that. And then putting on these steel bands, driving them on and making them tight. And a lot of times they say, fill them with water to get them tight. But when I dump that water out, the water comes out darker than a lot of whiskey. And it's like, man, that's lost char. So I fill them up with vodka. So I have some barrel rested vodka. The vodka's, even as comes out looking like this, each rare, for example. So I just don't like to waste anything. And then if I need a barrel to keep the barrel wet, to keep it sealed, I'll pour some bottles in an empty barrel, just again to keep it tight. The distillery has like a steamer. They just like dump a wand down there that pumps in, 214 degree steam or something like that, and to keep them tight or something like that. But I just use, like I said, the products that I use to do my little projects and stuff like that. And up on top of my refrigerator over here, I've got 5 gallons of the oak honey, the honey that I've taken out the first time and the second time. It's got big old black char flakes in it, and the oak or the honey, which was a light honey, comes out, it's darker than any whiskey that's on here. So again, I'm going to use that to make some mead. I have a 0 carbon footprint for if there's any greenies out there. I have a 0 carbon footprint.
That's what I was wondering. So it's like all the honey that you use in the barrel and then took out. Are you going how are you repurposing that same honey? Because honey doesn't technically spoil. So
no. So it's funny. I watched a video on that this morning, but I'll get back to what you're asking. I watched a video this morning that a company that they have their apiary. They have like 10,000 hives just for the honey. Well, they just found a bottle. They just found a bottle of honey that was over 50 years old, and the guy just cracked this bottle of honey. And let's see if I can find you the link. The guy's pouring it out, and it looks like molasses. It's that freaking dark. And he just like pours it out, sticks it in a little spoon, and man, just straight to his mouth. And it's like, it's got a molasses, this, honey. And it's like, man, I'll put that on my peanut butter and jelly sandwich any day. So again, I take the honey. So I've got, I have these stainless steel fermenters. Go ahead. We can hear it. I heard it. So I'm gonna make honey wine or mead out of the honey.
Okay.
And so I have enough to make 12 gallons of mead. I will keep 2 gallons of mead. I will take 10 gallons and I'll distill that down to 160 proof honey moonshine. So out of that 10 gallons, I'll get just over a gallon of 160 proof. And I'll take that 1 gallon of 160 proof and I'll add that back into my 2 gallons of 18 proof mead, which will take it up to about 70%.
Yeah.
Or 7% alcohol. So I think it'll be pretty cool. I'll probably keep a little bit out of 160 proof distillate, just because.
The process and the end result, I'm just picturing the taste, and that sounds so amazing. Because now I'm thinking about when I go to West Virginia and get like legit like mountain moonshine. It's either potato or grape mash or corn. Like there's different kinds of moonshine that are just oh my goodness. Them
So
guys out in the
also,
mountains.
so talking about the honey mead
Yeah.
from Alan, I got some apples from Alan's trees, and I got some peaches from my buddy's trees. I want to take some of the. So Alan took and pressed the apples. He got this big
Nope.
freaking press.
We're good. We're good. I'm listening. We're good.
Alan's got this big press, and he just pressed out. Alan, what was it, like 3 gallons, 2 or 3 gallons of apple juice from his own trees. I want to take some of that and make some apple honey moonshine because you have like Honey Crisp apples, for example.
That's
So
I
I
was
want to
gonna
make
ask what
some.
kind of apples they are.
So Alan would be able to probably tell us what type of apples there are. They are. James is saying your glass is empty, Joe. I think I just spilled some on my mat. Queasy was saying he liked my bar mat. I mean, Buffalo Trace. I mean, you get some. Buffalo Trace has some really reasonable. I think I paid for this Weller bar mat. I think I at buffalotrace.com. I think I paid like $20 or something like that. They have Eagle Rare.
I
They
want
have
one of them
Pappy's.
giant buffaloes, man. I need one of them giant buffaloes you guys all seem to have. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god, that's so epic. I need one. Every store that has one is not willing to sell it to me yet, and I'm very upset by that.
All I want for Christmas. It's a little big to be a stocking stuffer. I think it's the same one that James has. Neo, appreciate you joining. Neo, I really do, as always.
By the way, speaking of buffaloes, has Buffalo Trace ever done something like a Great White Buffalo release? Because it seems like a missed opportunity if they haven't, or maybe it's like a copyright thing.
No, I bet you it's on somebody's freaking legal pad somewhere.
Might be, yeah, because Great White Buffalo.
James, did you see my buffalo?
Out of everything that comes out of Buffalo Trace, I could do without actual regular Buffalo Trace. I really could. Kanan made a post about that earlier. Whiskier.
So
like there was
earlier though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say James. So James was offered a Buffalo Trace barrel, and when they send the samples, the Buffalo Trace is barrel strength. So they're not sending whatever it is 90 proof Buffalo Trace. They're sending these bottles that are 125, 128 proof Buffalo Trace.
Yeah.
Just like when he did the barrel of Sazerac rye, those samples came in again also at 100 between 125 and 130. And they just released a new Sazerac 125 proof, but the Buffalo Trace at the mid 120s, that is some whiskey that I would buy and I would keep on my bar. And so I'm kind of hoping that they do the same thing that they did with the Sazerac and release 125 proof Buffalo Trace, because it's a real whiskey.
It would sell because I don't need regular Buffalo Trace anymore, and it's like even if I was running low, I'm not going to bother searching. To me, it's crazy because like every Tuesday or Thursdays, certain stores, you peg them when their delivery dates are, especially in Virginia. I'll go there during a lunch break. It's 11:15 in the morning. The store opened at 10, and they're down to 3 bottles of Buffalo Trace because they got a case of 12, and it's why are you guys? I don't know if people are just trying to buy all of it up or like you guys really like it that much. I don't know. Like I have way better things to drink than just regular Buffalo Trace. I have it.
I bought a bottle of Buffalo Trace. It was the 1.75 liter because it's the big bottle. I bought a 1.75 bottle of Weller Special Reserve, and I got the 1.75 liter bottle Eagle Rare, and out of those three, Buffalo Trace, Special Reserve, and Eagle Rare will be the bottle. Would be the bottle that gets opened up. It's just so cool to have. I want to have that.
Isn't it,
that
man? You know
1.7.
what? You don't buy many bottles for. It's not a vanity thing, but like no, if you appreciate whiskey, what we're doing here, you kind of have to have one of these on your shelf.
So I just want to have a little section of 1.75s.
Oh, you want like
and
a whole
3 liter bottle, and the 3 liter bottle of Jack Black, Old Number 7, that just came out.
Yeah, I have not seen the 3 liter of Jack Daniels. That to me that's a monster sized bottle.
I mean, you could kill somebody with that 175 Eagle Rare, but this 3 liter bottle of Jack Daniels is just unreal. Let's see what. We only have 7 people left in here. I don't know if we should end the stream or what. I'm not ready. For me, it's early. It's only 8:50 for me.
I mean, I got a couple more minutes left. We can. I got a tiny bit of Valencia left in it. So for everyone that says I don't crack bottles, you're loud and you're wrong. We cracked a Valencia. We cracked. What the hell else did I crack? Oh, the Peerless rum barrel finish. And was that it?
For so long.
Yeah.
Ned, it's way past your bedtime.
No, I still got plenty of time. Let's see, I leave out the house at like around 5 in the morning, get to work at 6. Then yeah, it's all good, man. I'm used to it.
And like I said, 3 days out of the week, my
office is in my bedroom,
so my feet hit the floor. I stand up, turn around, sit down in my office chair, and I'm at work. With taking one step, log into my PC, and then I head upstairs to get my coffee, my big old damn glass of coffee.
Me personally, it's too a specific kind of caffeine that makes my chest hurt. Like I rarely drink coffee. I love the smell of it. I love the taste of it, but I wake up, go to the bathroom, get dressed, leave for work, and I might have like a Dr. Pepper or a Coke Zero on the way to
My
work.
brother does not drink coffee, but my brother starts out his day with a liter of Coke Zero. And that's what
Queasy, are you quoting hold on. I think Queasy's quoting, hold on, what's the movie? It's Adam Sandler, The Wedding Singer. Yeah. Whoop-de-doo! I'm pretty sure I'm just messing with Queasy. I'm pretty sure that's the movie he's quoting there, him and Alan. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure it's The Wedding Singer.
Yep. But I'm telling you, right now what I need is, my brother drinks a liter of cola.
A liter of cola? Farva, just order a large. I don't want a large Farva. I want a liter of cola.
They don't even own a coffee pot. And it's like, ask him, like, what the hell is the matter with you? You don't have a coffee pot? I have 2 coffee pots out in my fifth wheel because I don't take that shit lightly. I start my day with caffeine. If my Keurig doesn't work, then I have my coffee pot. I'll make it the old-fashioned way.
Like I said, man, it actually was like 6, 7 years ago when I did get on a coffee kick. I was kind of bougie. I was getting Gevalia, however you pronounce it, that yellow bag coffee. So, like I said, I like the taste of it. I like the smell of it. I burn espresso candles, but I can't drink Red Bulls. I can't. I'm pretty sure cocaine would give me a heart attack. Certain time, it hurts my chest. I don't like the feeling of it. And then my eyes are wide awake for a slight bit, and then that feeling goes away, and I'm back to being tired. So it's like, I don't need that much caffeine to get my day up and going.
I think I'd die without caffeine. I will drink caffeine Just one cup. It's a 12-ounce cup, but I have 1 cup of coffee about 5:45 a.m. and then that's it. And that's it. That's my caffeine intake. I don't drink I don't drink sodas. I'll have a Red Bull once a month, maybe twice a month. I don't know. Like I might have one on Saturday when Joe Unfiltered and I are waiting for this store to open because Joe's opened for a King of Kentucky bottle, and I was going to keep him company. Everything that they have, I already have. So yeah, and
It's fine, but I put worse.
I've done much worse than that now that I'm old.
Annette, I think that comment wins the night. That's hilarious. Oh wow. That's funny.
I've tried everything.
So Alan said I had some soft bottle cracks tonight. What? I mean, is it because I didn't crack the 10 yard or a JD 12? I mean, dude, I still cracked some bottles. I mean, it's not like I didn't, it's not like I'm just drinking Maker's Mark or.
I didn't crack any bottles. I cracked 0 bottles.
Yeah, see? So there you go.
I could probably go find some. It's not that I don't crack bottles. It's just that I just have like 300 open, and I actually was gonna. I don't know. I was gonna crack some new ones, but
I'm about to shut Alan up right now. Alan, I'm gonna pour this bottle out. You will rue the day.
Oh man, Alan, he's gonna crack your bottle.
No, actually, I owe him that bottle. I couldn't do that. I'd be doubly out at that point.
Let's see.
Limp noodle ass. Man, you know what? If Queasy makes fun of me 6 or 7 more times, I'm out of here.
Alan is trading this bottle for a bottle of JD Heritage.
Trading what bottle?
And
Yes, that's what we're trading.
I think I'm getting another one of these tomorrow, Joe. Unopened,
They still
so I might have to.
they still have Tython bottles laying around.
No, they don't. But some people, like me, bought several or a case, and they're about to be redeployed, and they're trying to lighten their load because they have to go overseas, and this don't ship as far as the military goes. So I might have another one of these.
It's a damn good pour. I really like that. I really like that pugilistic pour. It's fantastic.
I do. I need to expand my bar big time. I need more freaking space.
I think we all do, don't we? I will say though, I'm gonna start. I kind of like because I have an actual fireplace here. Like this one keeps my buns nice and toasty when I turn it on. But that's much better than just hanging that shit over the TV like I was before.
Yeah, in Colorado, if you have a fireplace, it like jacks up your homeowner's insurance by like 30%. And some homeowners insurance, they won't insure you if you have a fireplace. It's kind of crazy.
No, there is so these are just convenient. Like these, it's a TV stand / fireplace. I mean, they're awesome. I mean, there is an actual fireplace though, like right there, brick. I mean, it's a brick house. So,
I have a question for you, Joe Waters.
what's up?
I haven't seen any water on your stream tonight. First time ever.
All right. I guarantee you, I've definitely been drinking water. I've been like chugging Coke Zero in water like throughout this whole time. Annette, some of my other people, you guys have seen me drink water this whole time. I promise you have.
Sexy B, cool that you're still here or that you rejoined.
What's up, Gabby? How we doing?
I was getting ready to say, oops, I used the wrong name, Gabby.
No, you're good. As long as it's just funny that YouTube will ban or certain streams. It's like it's hard to you can't type her name because then it's gonna get.
That's ridiculous.
I
Again,
will say
Gabby,
this: we have
well,
not had
always-
one single troll show up tonight.
It's weird because I intentionally put both of our channel names in the description of this live, and I did that on purpose because it's like, man, I want the views.
Well,
So
it's because now with the @names, they can't just use like profile pictures and call themselves Joe Waters. They would have to come in the chat as @Joe Waters or @out you. So it also stops people from self-promoting. You don't have to come into someone's chat saying, "Hey, I do content at this and that." Like we all can see your @. But it also sucks for people that have been on YouTube for years. So, like for instance, Sheena, her name is @Del Rio, but in chat she was always, Sheena Hildebrandt. Well, now at the @ you're always going to be seen as Del Rio unless you change your @ name. So I don't. I kind of like what YouTube did with the @ names. So
Yep. Yes, Mom Spencer, we're still here. Gabby, appreciate you jumping back in if you ever left. But I'm gonna board something else. They did say there was a lot of trolls in here tonight, Joe, but they were trolling you.
nah, they can troll me all they want. I don't care, man.
I'm gonna dickle pick.
Okay, so with these Dickel 15s, all right, I've been seeing Dickel 15 itself, the bottle, but no tags. The last time I saw tag bottles, I didn't realize I should check the tags. So I probably missed out on that stuff that's like 19 to 21 years old.
So they still don't say that, but on the tag, it's a cedar oak tag, but on it it'll say that it was barreled 19 years ago. So
well, see, that's what I'm saying. So it was
like a lot of these will say the dump date as well. This will still only say, again, the date that it was barreled, which was 19 years ago.
Yeah,
and that's as close as you can do with Dickel. That's just all they do. They don't change that 15-year label.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So it's like it was a few weeks back where I saw Dickel 15 with the tags around the neck, but I didn't. That was before the stream, where I realized that's what I should actually be looking at the tag. Now I see Dickel 15 on the shelves now, but there's no tag on it. It just says age at least 15 years on the front, but there's no bottling date. There's no tag on it. So I really regret, a few weeks back when I saw it, I didn't know, because I would have checked the tags and be like, wait, this is 19 or 20 years old. Like, I should probably buy this bottle.
So the bottle that Andrew just bought was the standard 15-year. My first bottle of Dickel down Security Discount Liquors bought just the standard 15-year Dickel bottle. And that was my first exposure.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, a lot of people say, oh, it's the minerality because the limestone that the water is filtered through, that they draw the water out for, to make this initially with the mash, the beer. It's all beer. It's not beer that you would drink out of a beer can, but it's the beer that they make before they distill it, and some of that minerality is transferred into it. And they say it tastes like Flintstone vitamins. I took Flintstone vitamins when I was a kid. This didn't take nothing like those nasty ass Flintstone vitamins to me. It's unique. I think Andrew might have been trying to be nice. That maybe, I think it might have caught him off guard a little bit, because he didn't say it was like mind blowing or anything like that. I think he was trying to be nice and saying that it's all right, or something like that. But again, that's why there's so many things out there that, everybody's palate's different, and I like these, and or I like those, and or you like it and it's like, well, it's okay to me, and you're just like, man, it's a fucking banging bottle, for me. And that's the whole thing is like find what you like and get all this, get any samples that you can get, so you're not wasting money. And maybe
Yeah.
Andrew regrets buying this bottle. I don't know. Maybe he does, because
So that's
again, it was just
I'm huge into, obviously everyone wants to receive samples. I'll send samples of anything I have, but it's rare for me to find samples of something that you and others might want, because you guys are finding the bottles I want before I do. So what do I have to trade for something that I'm desperate?
I want to try that old. I want to try the Old Taylor. That's something you got. I put that in my cart a couple times, and I press send, and it goes through.
Oh man, I've
And
got
then
like I've still got like eight plastic jugs of Old Taylor sitting around right now, man. Like,
then I get an email saying we cannot ship this, although we are a state that can ship, hundreds, maybe even thousands of bottles of alcohol. We can't ship Old Taylor. It's like, what the hell is going on? And you saw Keenan's Whiskeyer's latest. He put that, and he said that when he was down with the Spillway event or something, he hit a couple stores and he found that Old Taylor. I don't think it was the 175, but he bought Old Taylor for $8. I'm assuming it was the 750.
I'm telling you,
And he just
Old
like,
Taylor, an ancient age 1.75 plastic. That to me, that's the best $20 to $30 you can spend for a 1.75 plastic jobby. That's you can sip and mix. There's something about that Old Taylor and ancient age 1.75s that are obviously it's like with the ancient age. I'd rather drink that than Blanton's. Like, I hate Blanton's so much. I haven't had the gold or the straight from the barrel, but basic Blanton's, I'd rather take the ancient age over that any day.
See, Queasy was saying
And
that they can get the Old Taylor down in Texas.
Old
I
Taylor,
don't know. Old
it's
Taylor, they can get Old Taylor down in Texas, he says.
and when you see the label, you recognize it. It's that specific kind of like off yellowish white label, and that signature is very iconic. And you're looking at it like, wait, that's Old Taylor. If you see it, I fully recommend you buy it, and you'll be very surprised.
Yeah, I'd like to try it. Maybe I'll have to tie it with Queasy or something. My daughter lives down in Texas. Maybe she can send me one, or at least get one and keep at her house. I have my daughter looking for Tanyard Hill down in Texas, and she has a list that I update often.
Yeah.
Old Pirate Bourbon. Welcome to the channel. I don't believe I've seen you in here before. Old Pirate Bourbon. I couldn't.
What was weird about the Old Taylor last year or earlier this year when I first started seeing them is they were actually limiting them to one per day. Now, that wasn't a statewide thing for Virginia. It was Virginia, when it comes to certain allocateds, every store has to limit one per day. And then your managers or district managers can dictate which bottles they specifically are choosing to limit people one per day. So when Old Taylor first came out, or first came back rather, or I first started seeing them, I'm like, why is this $20 bottle limited to one per day? But they were selling out quick as hell because people couldn't get regular EHT tubes or they wanted to do comparisons. When I first bought one and I tasted it, I was like, obviously it's not going to be as good as a small batch of their upper echelon bottles, but if you are curious what Taylor tastes like and you're looking for a really just a damn decent cheap bottle, it's hard to beat, man. It really is.
Yep. So first time guest in the channel, Old Pirate Bourbon.
Welcome in, Old Pirate.
Channel is like 9 years old.
Oh, sweet.
So definitely not a new channel.
You got Gordon's Pub, and you got Whiskey with Waters.
Gordon's Pub and Whiskey with Waters. and no trolls. I'm just blown away. I just thought that was going to be like a little bit of a floor show for everybody.
I'm telling you know, I thought they would show up too. It's the new at names, and you know the one channel, what's his nuts? We're not going to say his name, but all his content got deleted, which I thought was
I think
hilarious.
that's why I've been referring to him as Dingleberry. I know you
Yeah,
said, like on your stream, who the hell is Dingleberry, whatever.
yeah,
I just like the name Dingleberry.
Dingleberry.
And that's
Yep.
what. Hey, Queasy, you have a great night. I might have to talk to you about that old Taylor. I just want one. I just want an old Taylor on my shelf.
It's just crazy because I mean I've got like my war chest full of them. Like that way, if even if my good bottle somehow once again, sadly in life, shit to bed, I've got something that's a guarantee. Like I can stomach this. It's pretty damn good, and it,
You know, and I do not have any plastic bottles. All my bottles, 400 of them, between 400 and 500 of them. I don't have a single plastic bottle. I can't think of a single one. And the thought that the E.H. Taylor lineup or whatever would have something like that, I don't know. It just surprises me, but I do. I don't
I
know.
mean, I literally did a quadruple take when I first saw the bottle because it's got the dude. It's you know what Taylor looks like. It's the same signature, like I said, the same signature, same colors,
Yep.
this and that. When I saw it was a plastic 1.75, you just kind of stand there and like, first of all, why have I never seen this? Second of all, like, I'm like, is this kind of like Jack Daniels in a way where this is going to be gross compared to their higher end bottles? But I'm telling you, man, it's for what it is. It's really good.
I
And
just want to try it.
the two plastic 1.75s, once again, I swear by are Old Taylor and Ancient Age. It's
We
they're
can get
just good.
age here, but we can't. Again, it's just I go to buy from an online retailer, ancient age or old Taylor, and still goes through, and then I get an email saying you have been refunded, and it's just like that's just crazy. I can buy, you know, hundreds of other bottles from their site without issue, but like I
Yeah.
said, ancient age. Even though I commented on Keenan's or Whiskier's video this morning, which was the review of the ancient age, you know, saying, oh well, at least now I know I don't have to buy it. It's not the FOMO, fear of missing out. It's just like just a bottle I don't have, and I don't like saying collection because collection to me sounds like it's bottles that are not open or bottles that will never be open. And selection, I don't know if that's the best word either, but I don't know. I want one. People ask about them. Keenan, Joe, they do videos on them. You've covered them, so
Yep.
I would just like one so I can check it out and see what people do or don't like. Or I don't expect to be blown away or something like that. To say I'm putting all these other bottles, you know, in the cabinet, and that old Taylor and ancient ages got this new spot, you know, in my primary lineup shelf space or something like that. But I still want to try it. I'd like to do a review of both of them. I mean, I know if I even did Old Taylor with just the basic small batch, I know small batch would win. I know there's got to
Oh
be
yeah, for
you know,
sure. No,
difference.
anything from a tube is going to beat it, but you'd be very surprised as to you're going to get the Taylor notes, but it's obviously it's going to be cheaper tasting in the sense of like that a slight nose burn. But I'm telling you, man, when you taste it, you're going to know it's a quality. Like they didn't just put garbage in that plastic bottle.
Yep. My dad, like I said, my dad didn't drink quality liquor. It was, you know, Canadian Club and Black Velvet and stuff like that. And James at Security Discount Liquor happens to sell both of those every time I walk past them, you know, in the liquor store. Uh, Whenever I would go to visit my dad, they didn't have any type of cameras, doorbell cams, or anything like that.
Yeah.
My dad would just like he was a mechanic. He would just know the sound of my whatever vehicle I was driving, truck or car. And before I even was able to ring the doorbell, my dad was swinging that screen door open with that fucking
Yeah.
bottle of Black Velvet or Canadian Mist in his hand, whatever it was. And
See, that's my grandfather. He would drink Rolling Rock beer, the palest of ales, and he would drink Canadian Mist. Don't know why. He was an older Jewish man, but that was his ish. He wasn't drinking Manischewitz. He was drinking Rolling Rock and Canadian Mist.
Yeah, probably again because it was like I said, just because of the price. My dad had have 8 kids. 8 kids in the family, and not all the time. 2 different families and stuff, but it was a luxury, and he would buy that quality of whiskey to make sure that we had that quality of whatever meat or steak or whatever. It's like the
Oh
food
yeah,
that we ate
for sure.
was above the level of the whiskey he drank, and that was his. He worked hard. It's manual labor. He worked hard his whole life, and if anybody deserved to get off work and have a good stiff drink, it was him. Like all of our fathers, really. But
Yeah.
he would just make sure that we were all fed and clothed, and what was left is he'd be buying cheap bottles of whiskey, and not even always American whiskey. He was drinking Canadian and stuff like that. But
Yep, it took me a while to get into some Canadian whiskeys, but
I don't have too much. Believe it or not, this Dickel is freaking tasting pretty good. So I'm doing 3 advent calendars, and last night my buddy Matt put this bottle in to the advent calendar, and it's blind. It's got a number on it, and it had what it was. It was the what is today? So it was the number 10 for December 10th.
Yeah.
And I cracked that bottle, and I'm smelling it, and it's just like, man, there just ain't shit there. It's like it doesn't smell bad, but I'm just not getting a damn thing.
Yeah.
And then I taste it, and it's like, it's good. It's good. But not something I've ever freaking had before. And then this morning, Matt posts, Al, I can't believe you didn't get the fucking Dickel 15 store pick that we both got 2 of. And I just like doing it blind, just pulling it out of a sample bottle. I got nothing. Whatsoever. But this Glencairn, and I'm smelling it, and it's just like I know right away that's Dickel 15 or this store pick, and it's great. But that's what makes it difficult with these different Advent. It's just like it's a rye, or it's not. It's a bourbon, or it's an American single malt, because those are the only 3 categories. A lot of Advent calendars will say no single malts, period. No Scotch. They have a separate Scotch calendar.
Yeah.
But I was really, really blown away that yesterday. I was just like, what a lackluster sample. Good thing I got it for free, because it's a one lackluster sample. It ended up being Dickel 15. That right now I'm just saying, man, if you guys can, like I said, the 15 is good. But like I said, when people look at it, it's like it's a 19-year-old pick. It's like that's a 15-year-old, and I don't know why Dickel does that. Nobody else seems to do that. They make it pretty clear. They make nice tags,
On the
like
label without the tags, it says aged at least 15 years. Even on the labels that it says at least. Now the ones without the tag, they don't give you the bottling date and this and that. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I regret not looking closer at tags when I saw those bottles on the shelf a while ago, and then I see a stream and it's like, hey, Joe and Filter, just make sure you're checking the tags. It's like, because I could have found those bottles for like 60 or 65 bucks, and now Dickel 15 with tags are like, these owners are watching people on YouTube, man. They're raising their prices based on what people are finding.
So it says aged 15 years, but in a very small line that I can tell is a word. I can't read it because just down below where it says 15 in years, there's just a solid
You
line
high key want to
that
crack.
says 15 years. But up here, it might say at least or something like that, but I can't freaking read it.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
on the
solid.
blue. It'll say right above the 15. It'll say age at least 15 years.
Well, yeah, it does. I just had to get it in the right light. I thought it said
It's
age.
hard to see because if from a distance all you see is a Dickel blue label that says 15, so you're thinking it might just be a straight 15. But the tiny print says age at least 15 years. But without the tag,
It's
it doesn't tell you exactly how long.
Nope. Hey, get back to chat. Mom Spencer. If Queasy comes out here and sees you before I get to, I'm just gonna be all kinds of upset. I really am.
That's funny.
I have to see Mom Spencer before you, Queasy, before you, Joe Waters.
Well, of course,
Absolutely,
that's only that's a given. That's a given.
we just gotta maybe have to take Joe out of the picture because Joe's supposed to be setting this up. Joe Unfiltered, Joe Spencer's supposed to be setting this up, and I think he's too busy or something. So maybe we just need to work with Summer and Mom Spencer and plan this summertime barbecue with a Hawaiian theme. And we can invite Joe. If he wants to come, he can. If not,
Well, yeah.
the heck with you, Joe Unfiltered. Raging. Hey, Raging Cajun just popped in.
What's up,
You've
Raging?
been
How we
gone for
doing, buddy?
more than 2 hours. And now you're just now popping in. But I'm glad you popped in anyway.
So, Al, isn't it crazy how, like, when you first started going live, it's you're. I mean, I wasn't nervous about talking to people, but you're like, how am I going to fill time? And it just goes, man. Half hour turns
Well,
into 2
actually,
hours, and this and that. It's really it ain't.
with the dual stream, I think it's kind of nice because as
Yeah.
you're talking, I can focus on the chat here a little bit while listening to you, and then same thing. I start talking and you're looking at chat and such. So I think
Well, now that Raging is here, I'm going to show him what people are yelling at me about. Raging, they're mad I'm not cracking these bottles. It's not going to happen tonight. It's just not going to happen. So my Coy Hill last year wasn't hazmat. I think that was like 64% alcohol, but yeah. Hazmat tan yard. We got it. Tan yard. And we have the batch one of the JD12. So, yo.
some very nice bottles, orgasmic level bottles. Hey, I picked up 3 subscribers since we started the channel. That's pretty cool.
That's what's up. Flip a coin and crack one. That's not tonight. You know what? I'm trying to think about the next time I'm actually going to go live. I want to do one obviously before Christmas. I don't really want to do one on Christmas Eve or Christmas because it's like that's a lot. You got family, you got football, this and that.
Joe,
Plus,
I think we should do a Christmas Eve live.
You want to do a Christmas Eve live? We can do that.
Around my house, my wife does an open house. People are out getting last minute gifts, stuff like that. So my wife just puts on this big damn feed, like 10, 15 different items, so that in the rush of people going out, and doing these things, getting their stocking stuffers or whatever it is, instead of like going informally sitting down in a restaurant or something like that, my wife just has this open invitation, and this has been for, I don't know, 35 years, that you're out, you're running around, you need something to eat, pop in, grab some food, have something to drink or something like that, and it's just been, it's an open house. So I like that all our members are common members. I think all of our members, I think, are common members, but just say, hey, people got 30 minutes to decompress. It's like, hey, let's just jump on the line and chat with Joe and Al or whoever.
That sounds good.
But
Yeah, we can definitely do that. That sounds like a plan.
so Alan looks like Alan's going to Monarch, which is a ski resort, a mountain here in Colorado. Assuming Alan, you're going snowboarding or something. Mom Spencer's she already RSVP'd, so now we have to do it, Joe. We have to. We already have
Pizza,
Mom
French fries.
Spencer. Yeah.
So I've done both skiing and snowboarding. I prefer snowboarding because with skiing I couldn't my feet I can't do the pizza French fry thing. And they say snowboarding is harder. I don't know. I found it easier than skiing. But I also stand goofy. Like I'm left-footed or whatever you call it, I'm goofy style when I snowboard.
So I can do a lot of different things, but so I went skiing with some friends, and the first thing they taught me was that snowplow. I couldn't do anything else. I was on the freaking pink bunny fucking slopes. Excuse my language. I'm starting to sound like Joe Waters, but
I've
I
been
couldn't do
very
it. And
tame. I've been very tame tonight, sir.
I
You
did
good?
not have any ski clothes. I was wearing blue jeans with long johns with underneath them. We call them long johns. And so I skied for like 20 minutes, or I fell down for about 20 minutes and got down to the bottom. Finally got down to the bottom, took off my freaking skis. I walked into the lodge straight to the freaking bar to get me fucking something to drink. And
Yeah.
it's like I go to get me before I can get something to drink. These people saw me walk in. Man, because I have my beard, and it's just like I have like chunks of ice and snow and stuff like that. And these people like, that dude has been out skiing. He must have been out skiing for freaking 10, 12 hours. That dude is hardcore. He doesn't even wear a freaking snowsuit. And he's just like saying, I'm all badass or something like that. And I'm out there for
Yeah.
15 minutes. And it's like, all of a sudden, these guys was like, man, whatever this dude's drinking, that goes on my tab. And somebody else was like, no, I want some of his drinks on my tab too. And it's just like, and I didn't tell anybody. And I was out there 15 minutes. I am freezing my ass off. And as I'm drinking, standing by the fireplace, it's like my beard's melting and shit's dripping, and I'm drinking. And I thought, I don't
That's
know, I thought
so
it was pretty
awesome.
cool. It's like, I need to go skiing more often, or I need to go falling down more often.
So I
I thought it
remember
was
when I
funny,
was
but
in high school, we went for like a senior trip to was it Whitetail or Massanutten? I don't know. Either way, so we went for a senior trip, and two of the guys in my class, they decided to be bold, and they went to like the triple black diamond part, and that's a huge lift ride. First of all, it takes you forever to get up there, and we're all in the lodge, and we're looking around. It's like, dude, where's Luke and Gabe? No one knows where they're at, and it's this is back in like 2003, 4, so it's not like everyone has cell phones to just call each other and this and that. So eventually, we're all sitting there worried, and teachers are trying to figure out, oh, I guess we have to call their parents. So, dude, they came in like shaking, like literal icicles, this and that, and it was the funniest damn thing I've ever seen. Like, and of course, the one guy, I don't know how he even survived because he had like a zip up jacket, not even like a full winter coat.
man,
It's
I wasn't prepared. I went with these veteran skiers and stuff like that, and I wore my best coat. I had my new pair of jeans with my thermals under it and stuff like that. And
yeah,
like I said, kind of like what you're saying, it's like they pick this restaurant. Hey, let's meet at this restaurant for lunch. All right, let's do that. Well, the only way this restaurant was acceptable is from a freaking double black diamond. I didn't know that. I wasn't smart, at that time. I wasn't a skier, and that ski lift dropped me off. And number one, it's like when the ski lift dropped me off, it like slung my ass. It's just like, it's pretty bad. I can't even get off a ski lift without falling down. And then it was like, okay, let's go get some lunch. I'm freaking starving. I need a drink. And it's like, yeah, it's just like, it's halfway down the slope. It's like, I just assumed that there was, the blue, the green, the black, or whatever, the pink, which is what I'm going to say was. I thought there was a slope to every one of those to the restaurant. Nope, it was a
Yeah.
double black diamond. Like I fell more than I've ever fallen before. I couldn't get 15, 20 minutes at that descent rate. The old snow plow that they taught me, it didn't work because gravity was working, and so that was the last time I went skiing. So I have a
Yeah,
bunch
the
of
next
friends.
time I go up on a mountain with snow, that snow tubing is cool, but I'm really not interested in going snowboarding or skiing ever again. I get it. I get why people enjoy it, but me, I'd rather go tubing and yeah.
So the big group of DeBack Alley boys are going skiing at this resort called Breckenridge here in Colorado, and some of them don't ski, and they're saying it right out. I will have a table ready close to the fireplace, so whenever you guys come in, and you're ready to have a drink, you're ready to have some food, I'll be sitting there, and you'll have a spot. But they're saying straight out, I will not be out in the snow except walking from the condo that we're at, because they have these ski in. So you actually, when you're coming down the slope, you actually just ski right in. They have a porch right on the back of the condos, and you just ski right in, right onto the porch of the condo you're standing at, and you pop off your skis and you walk in.
That's
It's
pretty
cool.
badass.
Pretty
Now
costly,
wait,
but
Breckenridge, do they make anything decent? Because I know I see those bottles around here.
Breckenridge Brewery is also up there, and they make a lot of. They focus like on the Denver Broncos and the Colorado Avalanche and the Denver Nuggets, but they do have distribution, I think, to at least the 48 continental United States. But
Yeah.
I don't drink those bottles. Tried them. Don't drink them.
That's good to know because
can't think of
I keep seeing them and I'm curious because I mean Colorado has its more releases are showing up around here, so
there's just not a single bottle of Breckenridge that I can think of that I would recommend to anybody. Like we have Stranahan's. Stranahan's is the oldest Colorado distillery, Joe Unfiltered. Just went. They have that Snowflake release. Even if you haven't tried it,
yeah.
at least a lot of people would know about the Stranahan's Snowflake release. So
See,
Joe went
that's
to
one I
that.
heard about and I was curious about just to try it, but it's like I've seen like their Leopold that shows up every now and then but Joe is telling me don't worry about the Leopold and then I see the blue label, the yellow label. There's other bottles I'm looking for that it's
So I was going to meet Joe at Stranahan's Snowflake release. It was last Saturday. So again, just like this coming up Saturday, I think Joe got there at like a 3 a.m. They start selling bottles at I think 9. So you're showing up many hours early. It is a big distillery. They have a campground, so I could have taken my fifth wheel up there and dropped at their campground right on the distillery property. And they have some big tents that they put out that you can pop into and get warm and stuff like that, and you can play pickleball and stuff like that. Luckily, it wasn't too bad. But I was going to meet Joe at Stranahan's for the Snowflake release, but the same liquor store that we're going to on Saturday morning at about 3 a.m. Was having a Weller 107 single barrel store pick release. And so Joe's like, no, man, go to Dodds, get that Weller 107. And because you can grab 3 bottles of the Snowflake release per person. So Joe grabbed 3. And
oh wow.
so
Okay. All right. So that's that. All right. All right. That math tracks. Okay.
So he grabbed me a bottle of Snowflake, and then I went to Dodds and grabbed their 107 because that's my favorite bottle of the Weller lineup. Better than the single barrel, better than Full Proof, better than the CYPB 107, and then The 12-year are my two favorites out of them. So
So you
again,
said
when we go back up here,
107 and then 12-year are your favorite?
yep. And then the foolproof number 3, and the two most expensive, the single barrel and the CYPB, the most expensive two bottles. It's like, sometimes I debate that I think that I would put Special Reserve above CYPB and single barrel,
Wow.
and they're charging 15, 20 times the price of Special Reserve that James was saying that he would sell for. I think he said 29 bucks or something like that, 28 bucks. So that's why I consider myself blessed that I'm associated with a store like Security Discount Liquor, and it's like I said, it's 2 stop signs away. I can walk there and crawl home, which I may have done a few times.
Yeah, I can literally that store that I found all these really good bottles at. I could probably blindfold myself and smell my way home from it. You know, like it's that close. And the fact that I didn't think to stop in there more often, but they're also under new ownership as of the past like year and some change. So when I was stopping in there before, it was not the same.
Now you're educated. And
Yeah.
it's like I'll go past a liquor store and it's just like, man, this liquor store, they probably sell Jack Daniels Black or something like that. It's like, you know, no reason to stop in. But when it comes to allocations, like Tenured Hill or Coy Hill or something like that, it's all based off numbers and how many you move. And if you move, $250,000 worth of Jack Black, you're getting Coy Hill, you're getting Tenured Hill, and you're going to put it on the shelf.
What they're trying to tell me though is that they have to pay more for these bottles. So in Maryland, like what you were exactly just saying, so you have to move X amount of product to be able to buy one or X amount of bottles of certain, like the JD14, the Tenured Hill, Pappy bottles. Your store has to do a certain amount of business for the distributor to be like, hey, do you want the chance to have this bottle in your store to just have people come in and look at it? I understand that, but when I'm talking to some of these owners, they're telling me that their distributors themselves are charging them at least 50% of, like, the distributors are charging these store owners way above MSRP just to put it in their store. And to me, that doesn't track.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's purely quid pro quo. You sell. The distributors have to provide you, the store. You know, if you don't sell anything, why would they give you these nice bottles? They're not.
Oh, for sure, but you can't tell me like if I go to a store and you want to sell me Tenured Hill for $900, you can't tell me you paid how much more than $90 did you pay for that bottle to be in your store? That doesn't make sense to me. There's no way you paid $500 or $600 for that bottle to sell it for $900. Like,
no, and they're lying. They're lying.
Yeah, don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining.
When they bring these bottles to James, they tell him you need to raise your prices. Everybody else who gets these bottles for what they're selling of the product line,
F that
Sazerac, or saying that we're giving them the bottles, and the store owner is marking them up, 5, 6, 7, 800%. So for the distributor or the store owner to say that the distributor is charging more, it's just an out and out lie, because SRP is SRP.
Yeah, that's one thing. Your distributor is not charging you $500 for that B tack to sell it for $1,500.
That liquor store owner is full of shit, and they're doing that because these distributors are coming to my buddy's store saying you need to raise your prices because you're making these other stores look bad. And you're just like, I ain't making these other stores look bad. I'm just not effing over my customers. and it's literally that. They're like, you need to raise your prices. You know, the distributor is not raising their prices over SRP, but they're telling my buddy, is like, hey, you need to raise your prices and stop making these guys look so bad. And then just like he's just like standing there dumbfounded, looking at the distributor, saying, because I won't F over my customers, you telling me that I'm making those guys look bad. And he just won't do it. And he'll say,
So here,
then don't give me
yeah.
the product. I won't. I'll start selling Jim Beam, Brown Forman, Jack Daniels, Old Forester, and stuff like that. So just like, hey, cancel my order, and then all of a sudden, after canceling the Sazerac line of products orders, which is
Yeah.
very, very broad, all of a sudden they're coming to him, hey, you want a barrel pick of this? You want a barrel pick of that? And he got 2, allocation drops in the last month, which is unheard of. So it's the store owner that's people bullshit, just like you're saying.
So that's what I'm thinking
Or
that they're
just
doing is they're selling so much of this and that and certain stores. I mean, a lot of their business is minis, 40s, certain fifths, this and that. So they already know where their bread and butter. They already know they're already making X amount of money. Their bills are paid, so they don't mind waiting for that occasional a-hole to walk in and spend $1,500 for a pappy, because to them they're not a small they do so much other business on little stuff that the one guy that walks in spending, or the one guy that walks in spending that much money for a gift or out of ignorance, to them that's icing. That because they've already made so much money off of everything else in their store. Like I said, $2,800 for an E.H. Taylor BTAC from the
the MSRP on any of the BTAC, none of
150.
them exceeds $200. Even for William Larry Weller, that's
Yeah.
under $200. None of the bottles are over $200. And everything
And for me,
that
and it's I would pay that just because I'd want it on my shelf, but even if I like the Powerball's what at $1 billion right now, I mean, I guess I could spend that much, but I'm a man of principle. It's these rich people like stop buying it at these 1,000% markup prices. It doesn't make sense to me.
and people
I don't
just
see how
won't.
any bottle is that good unless I'm getting like a 70-year-old age scotch.
Like I
Like
said, you
something that's
spend $1,500 or $2,000 on a single bottle of BTAC, and if SDL, because SDL never gets a full line, but he gets a lot, of various bottles. But you could get the entire BTAC lineup for equal to, actually less than what they're charging
one
for that
bottle.
new H. Taylor. You get the entire lineup at SDL for the price of one freaking bottle. Like WLW is the next most expensive. The E.H. Taylor bottle and bond, because it's new and it's competing price wise with the WLW, and that's the only reason next year, WLW will be right back there, at the top.
Don't y'all knock peated scotch, by the way. I'm listening.
Nope.
Y'all knock Joe Unfiltered hates his Ardbeg. I love that shit. By the way, give me 1 second, guys.
All right. Well, Joe's going to shake it. I'm gonna make sure I'm reading up here on. I like Scotch, Queasy, and that's another thing. Queasy is I like Scotch. I am Scottish, so the first drinks that I had with my dad were Scotch. I'm like I said, I'm Scottish, so proud to be. It's like I have my. I don't doubt you can see it on here, but this my family crest, Gordon's family crest. I've had that for decades. At least the blue's holding up anyway. But like I said, House of Gordon. We go back, like I said, thousands of years and stuff like that. So I just like Scotch, and that's all I drank. And I'm going down security discount liquor, and James is like, "What are you looking for?" I'm looking for some Scotch. I'm looking, and James is like, here's a couple bottles that I have. Here's a couple bottles of Scotch that I have. And as I get them, I try them. I drink them, and I go back again, and James is like, hey, you need to try there's this American whiskey, and it's just like, yeah, no thanks. When I was a younger man, Jack Black, Jim Beam White, Wild Turkey, Southern Comfort, and Yukon Jack. There were like 5 American whiskeys. It's like that's how narrow the shelves were. And James is like, man, the American whiskey industry has really taken off. And it's like, well, great, that's good. I appreciate you telling me that. Now let's get back to Scotch. And so James, the Scotch selection at SDL grew like, I don't know, from like 2 feet wide, on 2 shelves to 15 feet wide, on 6 shelves. And then James just offered me another whiskey again, and I'm telling him no thanks. And James was like looking at me kind of serious, is like, have I ever sold you something that you didn't like? Not that he was mad or something like that. And it's just like, no, you've been the most respectable store owner that I've ever met. And so James just had me try a couple whiskey samples, and I was like, holy crap, I can't believe that the American whiskey industry has changed so much since I was a young buck. And like ever since, my Scotch collection is still large, but it's not my American bourbon or whiskey collection has
Oh wow.
now expanded past my Scotch, which is, and again, thanks to James. And I still like Scotch, man. I'll like Joe was saying earlier, I'll grab some Ardbeg or something like that, grab a bottle of Ardbeg, and it's just like, holy crap, this is amazing, or Lagavulin or anything, dozens of Scotches. But
So I will say this:
I'm-
the bottle of Ardbeg that JP snagged me, the Barbecue, it was like drinking a smoked ham. Me personally, I like that primal fire kind of taste. I like Ardbeg. I like something peaty. There you go. We're starting to fire back there. Anyway, I'm not a huge single malt fan normally, but if I'm going to drink Scotch, not that I want it to burn my throat, because I think that's why a lot of people like to drink cognacs. But when it comes to Scotch, I like that grilled, smoky kind of taste. I don't know what it is, man. That's just my personal profile.
I brought back down my Jack Daniels American single malt because I was hoping that you had gotten your bottle already. So we'll do that on the next stream or something like that. Because
Oh no, that's JP just found that for us online.
I would have never, but I wouldn't. Like I said, if somebody would have said 5 years ago, what is the most detestable line of American whiskey that you can think of right now? And I would Jack Daniels. I would have spit it out fast. Jack Daniels is the worst whiskey line.
And this has been an ongoing conversation that we have all agreed upon, that Jack Daniels has maybe reinvented isn't the right word, but they have totally redeemed themselves. Dumb and Dumb. They when it comes to their special releases, man, it makes me wonder like what the higher ups and all these upper echelon. You guys have had this good shit for how long now? How long has your distillery been around? There's no way you just discovered that this Coy Hill tastes good or this Tanyard. What was special to you all before you decided to like figure, hey, you know what, Bill? If we sell this, we might actually be able to make some money instead of people tasting dirty bananas all the time. You guys have always had this kind of good shit. Thank you for finally selling it to us and making people, basically fist fight and spend secondary for it. But
Yeah, I'm happy that, like I said, it happened. If I hadn't met James, if I was living in another state at another liquor store, I probably wouldn't have respected a liquor store owner enough uh, to say yes. Just like with Bacta, he's like, "Hey, there's this new line coming out with Bacta. It's mixed with bourbon or rye and Armagnac and Calvados, which are both sweet brandies." And I would no thanks,
Yeah.
because I don't sweet. I'm sweet enough. I don't need more sweet. But holy shit, when James again told me, he's like, just like points the finger at him, dude, you have to try this. Have I steered you wrong? And it was again, no, you have not steered me wrong. And I tried Bacta, and like, holy freaking crap! It's just like Scotch. It's its own unique category
Yep.
of, I don't want to say spirits. I don't want to. I mean, it's more than whiskey. It's more than brandy. It's more than cognac, because again, cognac is a region of France.
Yeah, with the
Bacta is a
grape.
region,
Yeah.
or Armagnac. I should say Armagnac. 80% of Armagnac is kept in France. 80% of cognac is exported out of France.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you know,
Yes. Yes.
researching it, and it's just like, well, how did anybody find out about Armagnac? How did we find out about it? It's like, well, when we, the U.S., when it landed on the beaches of Normandy, and we're pushing back the French, and stuff like that. It's like when you push somebody back, it's just like you do your reconnaissance, and you gather what you can need, because you don't have trade lines set up. You don't have, all with the food and the water and the medicine and stuff like that. So whatever you're pushing them back, if they left something, you inventory it and say, is this worth the shit? And they were finding all these
Yeah.
barrels, and like 53-gallon barrels for American whiskey. It's a big barrel, but the barrels of Armagnac, those are like, I think it's like 207-gallon barrels. They're freaking huge, 4 times or more than 4 times the 53-gallon American whiskey barrel. And come to find out that the French were getting a liter of Armagnac as a daily ration, and a liter of Calvados. So Armagnac is made from grapes, Calvados is made from apples and pears. And it's just
Yes.
like, so they're getting a 2-liter bottle of booze, the French are, and it's like, well, maybe they might have been some kick-ass adversaries if they weren't freaking hammered or something like that. And so we were collecting, the Armagnac and Calvados and whatever else the French were leaving behind, and so it was our chance to say, oh, we got some Armagnac and some Calvados or whatever, and it's like, and that's where it was discovered. And sorry for another day. I could do an entire
See, that's
live just on.
so to my ignorant knowledge. So it's like what, thousands of years ago they've done the research and they have found earthen jars. The ancient Egyptians, I think, discovered alcohol and getting buzzed by accident because they had sugar cane, this and that. It was set out in earthen jars. It rained for a while. Stuff fermented. Someone got curious and drank it and figured out they got a little bit effed up on it, and then things evolved from that. So alcohol was essentially, the effects of alcohol was discovered by happy accident. It was
Happy. I'm happy.
Yeah,
I'm
we're all
happy.
happy, but essentially like I said, in this, if someone can do better, if you know better than I do, but from my ignorant knowledge and but from the research I've done, the first people that figured out how to drink something and feel good from it were ancient Egyptians, earthen jars, sugar cane, this and that. It rained for a little bit. It sat out in jars. It fermented. Someone got curious. It's like, who was the first dude to eat a crab? We know they taste good, but I mean, they're not attractive creatures. Someone probably was like, bro, I'm hungry. I'm gonna stab it. I'm gonna cook it, throw it on some fire. This tastes good. It's happy accidents that we figure something out, and then we eventually develop things, and someone smart's like, you know what? What would happen if I took this and rested it in this wood, let it sit? If it's already sat for this long and has this effect, what happens if I take it and it all develops, man? And we're at the stage now where we have amazing bottles. So
It's happened
what a
everywhere. It's happened
fantastic
with
time to live in.
even with beer. My wife was living in Germany, in Bamberg, Germany, and she found this Rauch beer, which is a smoked beer. And just like the thing is, like this farm cut all of his grains before he had them out in the field to dry the grains that he was going to sell, and it rained, so he had to harvest these grains while they were wet, which is really a no-no. So he harvested
Yeah.
these grains, and he needed them to dry, so he brought all these big bags of grain and just kind of stacked them around his fireplace. Well, here in the U.S., we use pine and aspen as our firewood. In Germany, they use German beechwood. That's their tree.
Yeah.
And so he had all these bags of grain just all around his hearth, so that the heat from the fire could dry them. And then come springtime, he's like, you make your own beer. So he took these grains to make some beer, and had discovered that after sitting there for around the fireplace for the hearth for 4 or 5 months, that the smoke from the fireplace, it wasn't an efficient fireplace to where all the smoke went up. Smoke came out into the room, and these grains actually had absorbed and were smoked by this German beechwood. And he didn't know that, but he made his beer out of it. And then all of a sudden, like I said, after what you had said, where it's like, who discovered that you could do this or that, and you could make this type of spirit? Well, they knew that because they were making beer, but
Yeah.
he used these grains that were smoked with German beechwood, and all of a sudden it came out as this Rauch beer. And so now Bamberg, Germany is known for this particular Rauch beer, and the distillery is still there after like a 500 years or something like that. And it just these stories about bourbon and beer, and probably with wine. I'm not really big into wine, but these stories are just
When you have a good product, it can stand the test of time. It really can. People are always going to pay for a good product, and if it just is what it is, man.
Well, I'm gonna rinse my glass. I'm gonna have one more pour. We've literally been streaming for 3 hours. I'm
I
thinking
know.
of it,
Like I
and
said,
it's an hour and a half for me, hour and a half for you. So hey, I've been streaming for an hour and a half.
but for everyone that says it out, I don't crack bottles. We cracked Valencia. We cracked a rum barreled finished Peerless. Did I crack a third or only the two?
So what do you want to have as your last? Have one more sip, Joe. I know it's 10 here, so it's 12 there. You gotta get yourself on to bed, but I'm gonna have one last pour, because literally it's not even 10 o'clock for me, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm good to go, dude. Let's see. Last pour of the night. Well, I'm gonna put the Valencia away because I'm not cracking anything new. What do I have that's already open? So I'm gonna finish with something a little bit spicy. We're gonna finish with the Mama Aguas special. A tiny bit of some 24C.
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 I'm gonna go with 2025 Tom Sage Handy PTAC bottle, since I just got it.
I've got 2025 Stag A, but I ain't got the P-Tax. That's funny.
I go for the 2025 2024 George T Stag, Junior's daddy, but again, BTAC, Thomas H. Handy, 2025, and I paid $159, $159, and that's why Joe has commented several times tonight about the store owners and the bullshit they say. It's like, it's, I'm not making any money. That I'm just paying, it's 5% over what the distributors charge me. Bullshit. Joe hears it and I hear it, and it's not. SRP is SRP. I don't know why they dropped the M. Mostly now they use, instead of MSRP, it's SRP.
I'm an older guy. I use a manufacturer suggested retail. But no, when you have certain stores tell you, hey, well, I have to pay above. You can't tell me you're paying above MS or SRP to get the bottle. You're not. That's a bold-faced fucking lie.
James gets fired up when he hears stuff like that. If James was in here right now from Security Discount, he would be commenting as like,
no, because the one owner tried to tell me he had to pay $350 to get the Tainted in his store because his distributors know what they sell for at secondary. I'm like, you're fucking. I'm sorry for language. You're lying to me. Stop. Like, listen. I'm pale as shit. I'm not an idiot. Like, just because, like, we don't even have a language barrier here. Like, I learned certain phrases in Habibi speak just to fuck with you. First of all, and second of all, do not tell me that you are paying $300 for a $90 bottle, and that's why you want to charge me $900 for it. You don't lie to me. Don't lie to me. Like I said, the one store that I have 2 or 3 good stores that are absolutely amazing. When they're like, they have to make a profit on it. I understand that. You're not going to charge me what you paid for it. I'll pay $110 for a stag. If you get a GTS in, I'd pay $200 to $250 instead of $1,500. But
yeah, I just don't like. There is a slight variation because it is market driven, but the Thomas H. Handy in Colorado for 160. In California, it might be 170, or on the East Coast somewhere, it might be 155, or it might be 172 as well. But it's just like it's going to vary $5, $10, $15, not freaking 5, 6, 700%. And
I expect fluctuations in certain prices, like the Parkers. I got, what's the retail on that bottle? Like, I want to say 180 or so.
Maybe I think I paid less than that, but if so, it was not very much. And I see them going for $600, and you got yours for less than 200. I got mine for less than 200, and that's a liquor store that you need to continue to visit.
Well, actually, that particular bottle was at I'm networking all over the place, but that one new store I found is definitely my new go-to. I mean, he got me the Tenured Hill, the 12-year. He got me and JP bottles. He's got this. He's got that. Like, and he's only got, from what he has told me, 2 or 3 people that actually search for certain bottles. Like, that's why he doesn't have overpriced E.H. Taylor barrel proofs. He doesn't have this. He doesn't have that because there's no point in him displaying what people aren't searching for. If people come in asking for something, he has a way to find it. But he's not going to stock his shelves for something to just sit there because that costs him money at the end of the day. He's trying to make money, not have money sit on the shelf. So,
like, reading Region's response, where I just, like I said, because James is kind of giving me permission, or not permission, but James has said it's cool for me to quote his prices, and so I say for Thomas H. Handy 2025, Thomas H. Handy for $160, and it was less than that. But as I said earlier, I don't get receipts. I don't need a piece of paper in my pocket. I know that if I'm getting at that store, I mean, and I'm like I said, I'll say I'm blessed. If I get it at STL, I know I'm getting it for the best price. I don't ask for the
Yeah.
price. I don't ask for a receipt. I'll see on my
Nope.
bank account, what everything that I bought for a night or something would
Oh yeah.
cost. But as far as the real prices, I have to reach out and ask James because as soon as I say I got this for $155, immediately people are like, "You're full of shit. You're and worse. You're full of shit." It's just like, no, not all liquor. They're rare. Those liquor stores are rare, and I think and hope that you found one or two. But you're just trying to. Is like, if you don't have a receipt, it's a lie. If you don't have a receipt, it doesn't exist. If you don't have a receipt, shut your effing mouth. That's what they're telling me. It's
Well,
like,
so I mean, Al, so listen, I have nothing to gain out of lying to you or anyone else in our whiskey community. I literally have shown everyone receipts. We all show each other receipts because it's like this is what we. So this is why I'll watch certain streams on YouTube and it's like, oh no, I'm trying this out today, this and that. It's like you've got a nice camera, you've got a nice bottle selection, but you're boring, and I guarantee, like you're lying about your prices, or you are refilling your bottles with different juice because I can tell that color's different than what it should be. There's a lot of fakers out here on these whiskey streams.
yep.
You've
Like I
already
said, just like
cracked
you
your
said,
bottle, you've poured it out, you refilled it, and now you're yeah.
and again, another instance. This bottle, I did not even pay for it. I didn't pay for it. This bottle was cracked, and it was being drank by great friends. And it's like 4 hours after I cracked this bottle, I went back and paid for the bottle. And that's a true relationship. It's just like, take this
That's so
and
cool.
and share it. And Joe Unfiltered and Keenan, they have the individual comments from, again, other people from Colorado or Southern Colorado, but to where it's just like, yeah, I bought this bottle, and I went home, and then it's like as soon as I woke up, I shot right back down there and paid for it. And it's just like sometimes it's 12 hours. You get these bottles and you don't even pay for them, and 12 hours later you go back because that's the trust between store owner, and customer. It's just, and I don't know how you can explain it any better. It's like, take this. It's like, man, yeah, I don't get.
Yeah.
It could be I don't get paid for a couple days. It's like, and come back in a couple days. But you have to take this now. You have to take this now.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
that's
like I
what
told
on
you,
this,
when I've like I said, it's just so crazy to me because the store where I found all these amazing bottles for me and JP, and I was I was thrilled not just to find bottles for myself, but also for a very good friend of mine, JP. But to make that connection with that store owner, and then when I told him, hey, listen, I don't buy bottles to flip them. I buy bottles to drink them. My friends want to drink these bottles. They might sit for a little bit, but we don't flip these kind of things, man. I'm showing him pictures and videos, and then he's like, all right, I'll give you a deal on this. I'll give you a deal. And he's selling me things at cost or below SRP, MSRP. It was an amazing experience, man.
and Alan's
And
in here, and like Alan is a validate everything that I have to say. But when Joe Unfiltered came down, Joe Unfiltered wanted to do a video at my buddy's store, and it's like he walked in and he has this cameraman, and I try not to drop names too much, but
I know. I
the
got
guy
you.
that so it's like his wife is pregnant, so she can't drink. And not to be too specific, she's not going to breastfeed. So when she has her baby, Eagle Rare is her bottle, and so she's going to be going 9 months, close to 9 months without having an Eagle Rare. And James just like talking to him. And it's like, yeah, what's going on? And talking to him about life, not about bottles, but about life. And
Yeah.
he's like, my wife's getting ready to, have have our baby, and she's just like, he is like a full-time cameraman, and a lot of it is with Joe and stuff like that. And he's just like, so yeah, when she uh, has her baby, talking about, this is what she's gonna do, formula, and not breastfeed or whatever. And it's like, what does she like to drink? Oh, she's a huge Eagle Rare fan. And she's just like looking forward. It's like, I have a bottle. I have a nice fresh bottle of Eagle Rare. For when she comes home from the hospital. And James like, just like 10-year Eagle Rare, and he's like, yeah. James turns around, zips down the hall, comes back, and fucking slaps an Eagle Rare 12 right in his hand. Right in his hand. It's like, well, then it must to be a good bottle for her. And James had just met him. I've met him several times online, and stuff like that. But just to say, well, then it's got to be a special time, and that special time needs to be an Eagle Rare 12. And same thing for Joe. It's like Joe wasn't coming down looking for anything, but when Joe he left with almost like a case of allocated bottles, and it wasn't because he came in looking for it. He just like, it was a relationship, and Joe just, this happened and this happened, this came out and that came out, and actually the reason that Joe came down was to give me back the 2 distillery Acadian bottles, the blueberry finish and the Cajun's cut, that I'd given him to review. And then while he was down here, he just wanted to just do a quick video at James's store, because they hit several stores and it'll be coming out pretty soon. He has a video coming out for just allocation season, and hitting some stores and stuff like that, and hitting new stores, and it's just like, he came back and just like, wow, it's like, I don't know if people are going to even watch this video. It's such a boring video that we went into this store and there was nothing in this store, and in this store, excuse me, I got the hiccups. And then he comes into FDL, and it's just like, he's like, what a bust. This is going to be a bust video. It's just going to be a bust. And then just talking, he just like, my dad likes Hancock's Reserve, and it's like, Hancock's Reserve is freaking allocated. It's a sub 100 proof bottle, and nobody's looking for it really.
But I don't understand why no one's looking for it and you still can't find it.
And
not around here. Like, it's.
Do you hear that? It's like, and James is like, what? And I was like, his dad is a huge fan of Hancock's Reserve. It's like, I don't know what that bottle's like. James, your store, but you have it back you have Hancock's Reserve back in the back. And he's like, what are you talking about? It's like, Hancock's Reserve. You have it, back here on this shelf in this room. And James goes back there and comes out and slaps a Hancock Reserve into Joe's hand, for a great birthday or Christmas present for his dad. And then it's like, he's just like, oh man, I was really hoping to even get the 2025 E.H. Taylor single barrel, which is a bottled and bond. And James just like, oh, turns around.
You know what, man? Okay, so let's be honest. Other than George T's Stag, like, because we all know how good E.H. Taylor is. Other than GTS, man, that's the one BTEC I and it's not just because it's batch one of it. I love Taylor products. So if I can't get a GTS, I would love the E.H. Taylor VTAC as a over the handy.
Oh, Joe, you just froze. Still there, Joe? Yep, James, I'm still alive. I got nothing else to do. We're just, like I said, James, I am the single greatest commercial for security discount liquor. I am the single greatest commercial, and I have used the words like, I am blessed. to be associated with Security Discount Liquor, and like I said, I'm blessed. Like I said, the history with my dad shopping there with me as a kid, and me shopping there, going there with with my son or daughter, and then my daughter with my granddaughter, 4 generations shopping at that particular store. I am the single. I don't want to say the single, but I am like one of the greatest.
Are we back?
You're back.
I have no idea how long I was silent for. I was just talking to my damn self.
Less than 60 seconds.
Okay, well that's good. All right, so hold on.
But
I might be able to take.
my buddy James just popped in. It's just like I feel like I don't want to shortchange anybody, but I feel
hold
like
on. Y'all gonna hold on. Let's see.
so much of my stream tonight has been continual references to Security Discount Liquor. It's just like I said. I can't talk about it enough. I can't. It's.
I am having a super hard time hearing audio from you right now, Al.
I hear you great. Can everybody else hear me?
I can. This is weird.
Joe, I hear you really well, Joe.
You just sound super muted on my end.
Must be all these BTEC bottles in front of me blocking my audio to the speaker over there.
It's weird. So if you guys can hear us both great, that's awesome. I cannot hear Al for whatever reason.
Man, I can't believe that. I hear you fantastic, Joe. The stream can hear us both. Yeah, James said he was always here, but like I said, he is running a business, so James really does not have any downtime, and when he does, it's 4 hours of sleeping at night, and then he's right back at it. Joe, I hear you perfectly though.
I think it's because my YouTube restarted. I can. It's so hard to hear right now. Hold on. I'm going to exit out of this and rejoin it live, and maybe that'll help me hear.
Okay.
Right. Joe's cooked. Why? I've been bro. I
hear you.
I can't hear Al, but I can still read comments.
I hear you fine.
See, I can barely hear. I'm gonna exit stream and join back. Let's see what happens.
Let me move all my BTACs. I think they're interfering with the audio stream.
Boy fried. Oh God. Here we go.
David Fox, you've been in several streams before, but I don't think I've seen you in quite a while. Let's see David Fox.
So by the way, guys, when it comes to YouTube lives, like me and Al are in the future, so I read your comments, I respond to it, and I've got to wait like 10 to 20 seconds for you to respond. So I'm sitting here looking like a jackass. Deep fried. See, there we go. Oh, God. All right. I don't know why I can't hear right now. I had to rejoin the stream. I'll be back. We're going to be back.
And I was getting ready to end it, but now I have.
Oh, you about ready to end it? All right. So I barely hear that. You about ready to end the stream? We done for the night?
Not until you come back.
Say what?
Not till you come back. Not till you come back.
Hold on. All right. I'm going to come back. Tell Queasy to...
Queasy says, open that damn tenured hill. That's what Queasy's saying. Oh, no. Alan's saying that. everybody's saying that. I'm gonna grab another bottle. So James, I was just trying the 2025 Thomas H. Handy. Let me add Joe back in. Give Joe just a second. He should pop right
Okay.
back in.
Now
Can
I
you hear
can
me?
hear. Yeah. See, now we're
All
good.
right.
I don't know what happened there, but you know, sometimes YouTube does that buffering pixelated thing because I could barely hear you. Now we're good.
I thought
Oh, I
maybe
think
Thomas
Queez
H.
is upset.
I think the Thomas H. Handy was interfering with the audio between me and the phone. So I thought I better
Yeah, I
change
think
it out for
it was allocated. Hold on, wait, what's the word? Never mind. It's all good. What are we doing before we end the stream, my friend?
I don't know. I was going to do some George T. Stagg, but
Have you guys noticed that Al Gordon sounds younger the more he drinks and the later it gets? He sounds like a young man right now.
I feel like a young man. So 2023 GTS I got for $40. $40. And I encourage all of you guys that have a YouTube channel, go and join your local estate sales groups on YouTube. And so, because I am in Colorado, and you just look at the pictures of these estate sales, and it's like you can look at their tools in the garage, their garden tools. Maybe she collects Christmas ornaments or something like that. But when you see an ad for an estate sale, and you see in the kitchen, you focus on the kitchen, you blow up those pictures, and you see some glasses, you see some pint glasses, you see some shot glasses, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, they have, oh, this house has a bar and they're selling stuff from the bar. So I will go there and I will talk to them. Do you have any liquor? And it might be wine, it might be German schnapps, it might be whatever. But a lot of times
Billy
it's
Beer.
like
Billy Beer. If you know what Billy Beer is.
My husband said I couldn't pour this down the drain or throw it away because some of it is flammable, and they don't know BTAC or whatever. I'm sorry, not BTAC, but hazmat. And so I'll just say, do you have any bottles of liquor? I mean, I will go there and I'll pick something up, like some East Coast milk glass or something like that. That the East Coast is famous for. The Central U.S. is not. And it's like, oh, I want this jelly.
I'm with you. I'm with you. Keep going.
This milk glass jelly jar or something
Yep.
like that. I found a milk glass. It was a milk glass honeycomb with a nice honeycomb. You dip this honeycomb down into it and you drizzle and stuff like that. And they were like, I will pay you to take my husband's alcohol collection because I don't know what to do with it. We can't sell that through the estate because they hire a professional, a estate sale company or business. And it's like, no, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna pay me to take it. Let me see what you have, and I will pay you. And they're just so thrilled that I'll offer them several $1,000s for, I don't know, for 40, 50 bottles of various, and some BTAC. So again, less than $50. I keep thinking it was $40, but it may have been 50. So again, YouTube.
I want to be an estate lawyer now.
Do it because they can't sell it, and sadly, it's the husband that freaking dies all the time in his sales because the wife is moving into her retirement home or something like that.
Well, so here's also the thing. If you're 80, 90, 100 years old, how many bottles of exit? I can understand having like one or two of each, but like, what is your hundreds of bottles going to do when you're in your night? Like, you can't take it with you.
So this,
or maybe, or 20. I do understand though, like it's if you have like an art collection, you like to go home every day, look at beautiful things on the wall. Like when we find a rare bottle, Al, you know damn well it's nice to just look at it sitting there for a second before you tap into it, or even after you tap into it.
I'm a tapper, man. I am a fucking tapper.
Yeah, tap-a-roo. But like I said, I've got my 2014 JD batch one open now. I've got 2012, and oh man, it's what I would like to do.
That damn bottle.
I was
You
talking
give
to
me that
Travis.
bottle of Old Taylor. You give me that bottle of Old Taylor, I will get you a sample of this GTS.
That's a fair trade. I'll
trade.
send you. Yeah, I will definitely. I'll send you 2 bottles for a sample of GTS, man.
I just don't. Like I said, I have so many bottles, and like I said, when you're 62, like I am, and somebody says crack a bottle, you can say I already cracked it, dumbass.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, at my age, it's like I have a lot of bottles. I'm just trying to collect. I hate the word collect, but I'm trying to gather bottles because when I retire,
Well, at a certain point, there's a fine line between where it's like we're going to drink this, but the longer it sits, it's considered collecting. I don't need 7 bottles of Eagle Rare. You can consider that collecting, but they're going to get drank. I don't consider that collecting. That to me is like that's my stock. Because I'm not reselling them. I'm not keeping them like Pokemon cards in hopes of reselling them.
I will always have Eagle Rare, and like I said, I'll be out in the sticks, but I'm trying to lure James down there to do some duck hunting, and then if James drives down there and pulls his boat, maybe he can load his boat up with some
Alan's
nice,
giving me shit tonight, bro.
I'm not trying to join into the open bottles, but like I said, it's just I try to have a backup. And like I said, Eagle Rare 12 is like I cracked the Eagle Rare 12.
Yeah.
And I have some steps like down to here. And then it's like cut off. I don't drink it anymore. It's cut off. I can't. I want
Well,
to. I need to have
Eagle Rare 12 that much better than the 10? I mean,
the Eagle Rare 12 is better than the 10, but 4 out of 5 times the Eagle Rare single barrel 10-year better than the Eagle Rare 12. So you can, like I said, you can get an Eagle Rare 10 store pick. I don't say much cheaper because this is like $45.99, and the 12 is James. What's the 12? It's $5 more. So I think
and so I'm assuming they already have Eagle Rare 12 store picks.
I have not seen one. They say that it's going to be the 12 is going to be a shelfer. They do say, but I was talking to James, like, so they say that, and then James got some 6 months ago, 7 months ago. Never seen it. I belong to all kinds of bourbon groups on Facebook.
They said the same thing about OF7. I saw it. I got 2 or 3 bottles at once. Now, 6 months later, I can find it all over Maryland. I can find OF7 for like $60 to $70. I think 70 honestly is way too much to spend for OF7, but when OF7 first came out, it was not easy to find. Now it's pretty easy for me to find.
I bought my first couple bottles online, and before I received those bottles, James SDL got those bottles for $20 more. I mean, it's $20. I think I paid, I don't know, 75, and then you have the shipping, which really kind of kicks it in. But
yeah.
So, and James is always saying, "Be patient, Al. be patient. It's just like, I'm fucking trying. You know, the whole FOMO thing.
Yeah,
And
it's a
then, and
FOMO.
even
It's like
with,
if I could
you know,
spend 10 or 20 bucks now to get it soon. Oh man, like I'm just saying, I want to
but
try something as soon as I can. You know.
but even with Bacta, who I trust wholly, I'm on their special purchase list.
Yeah.
And they say, you know, we have these bottles for sale. They will only be available online. They will never be sold at retail. Well, shit, I have to buy them now. Then I have to buy them online, and I have them online, and I take to share them with the back alley crew, the back alley crew. And James is just like, those are coming in tomorrow. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Because this whole FOMO thing is like, Bacta even said these will only be sold and available online. It's like, well, then I'm going to grab them. And then James, because James Security Discount Liquor is number 3 in sales of Bacta in the United States of America.
You
Number
did
3.
tell me that. We were talking about that not too long ago when it comes to Bacta. Yeah.
So these Benny's liquor store, you probably heard of Benny's liquor store in New York. Benny's, they're on
Yeah.
the East Coast. So Benny's is like 20 times the square footage of Security Discount Liquor, and they've got the number 1 and number 2 spot, the 2 Bennies, and I think they're both in New York. And then here's James. They're like, "Oh, you're the number 1, you know, west of the Continental Divide." It's like, well, that's pretty cool. You know, half of the U.S. and
Continental
James's
Divide.
store. But when you ask him more, it's like, you're number 3 in the freaking United States of America, behind 2 stores that are 10 times the size of yours.
Yeah.
And so when we went out to Poultney, Vermont, which is the Bacta campus, again, it's a whole other story. So Raj Bacta founded WhistlePig,
Yeah.
developing a good product, and brought in some partners to advance the WhistlePig lineup. The new owner said, we want to use lesser ingredients. We want to decrease the distillate. We want to lower, you know, the distillate so we can get more bottles out of more barrels. And then, you know, and we want to raise the prices, you know, and Rod just like, you know, fuck that. You know, it's like, I spent, you know, like $5 million starting this company. And they were just like, well, here's your $500 million, where you started for 5 million. Here's your $500 million or something, and hit the fucking road. And he did. And that's when his story starts, where I started traveling the world looking for, you know, the world's oldest, you know, distilled spirits and stuff like that. And so I found all the Calvados, the Armagnac and stuff like that. And then said, now I need a place, you know, because he had founded in Vermont, WhistlePig, which is still where it's at.
Yeah.
And he needed some space. And he just like, he found this college, Green Mountain College, that went out of business during COVID. And it's like Green Mountain College is like, they have their own little mini power plant, you know, online. So if they lost, you know, if they went off the grid, they still have power. And so I told you, when I went out there to Poultney, Vermont last time, I was kind of hoping somehow we could hook up or something like that. That, you know, we went out there and at the college, and it's just like, it's a college. So it's like, you get to stay in the dorms for free because they have dorms. You don't get a hotel, stay here for free. And then it's like, well, we have to eat. It's like, well, we have a cafeteria. You know, it's college. We have a cafeteria to serve, you know, 2,000 students. It's like, oh man, you can whip me out a burger or something like that. It's like, man, this Green Mountain College Bacta campus, they were like throwing out lamb shank sliders and just amazing food.
Oh, that sounds
No
good.
cost.
Yeah.
No cost. No cost for the room. No cost for the food. We paid our ticket. Our round trip ticket was like $200, which is like 2 good bottles, 3 okay bottles. And then you go out there, and it's just like the booze, the liquor was flowing, and there's no cost. And so we went out there, and we got there late, and it's like we got out there and we missed dinner. And so we just like went straight to drinking. And they're like, normally these groups that come out here, these groups of 12 to 15 people that come out here, they'll drink about 6 or 8 bottles, in the evening. And it's just like they went out, like James's group, our group, the Back Alley Boys, that went out there where they typically drank 6 or 8. We drank 17 bottles in like 8 hours. 17 bottles. That's more than a bottle per person. We set a fucking record.
Ooh.
No cost. No freaking cost. So we're getting ready to go out there again, Joe, and if I'll get you the information. And if you want to spend like I said, 3 days and 2 nights on the Bach campus and just pay for the travel from where you are.
That's not bad from where I'm at. Yeah.
Because when we came out there, we paid for our airline and we paid for this big ass van to get us all out there. Well, this time, with Bach is like, man, that the van was as much, if not more, than the airline trip. And they're like, oh, we'll pay for the vehicle this time. So we flew into Boston, but this time we're flying into this little airport in Vermont, and they're gonna pay to shuttle us there, and you just have 3 days and 2 nights of drinking and frivolity, and it's amazing, and it's coming up again, and I'll talk to James, and it would be fantastic, Joe, to have you there. It really would.
Buddy, trust me, I would definitely be there. I'm not a man that minces words or just says things to say them. If I'm going to be there and I tell you I'm going to be there, I will fucking be there. Like,
I mean, there's like nothing negative. It's like you're in a dorm, and every dorm has a little kitchenette area, and you go down to this kitchenette area and you open the refrigerator, and they have like 5 kinds of beer, and they have cases of this beer in the fridge, and then you open the freezer. They have like 20 frozen pizzas, and they have those little pizza rolls, and they have egg rolls, and they have all this, and it's just like all this shit. It's like you can go back to your room. It's like, I am fucked up, and I need to eat something before I go to bed. And it's like these dorms, just like when you're in college, you're just loaded, and you're loaded. I was loaded. I was loaded big time. It's such a good. All right, James. James is getting ready to close shop.
I think we should all close shop right now.
I can't stop talking about SDL and the fantastic times that we've had. So, James, good night. Take care. Go home.
All right,
see
James.
the family, and James, you'll be right back at it in less than 12. Oh, but tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Friday, and the Back Alley Boys. The Back Alley Boys are getting together. It's every Friday. Every Friday.
I'm gonna have one last little sip, and then I'm gonna end the live, and because I gotta wake up.
I'm done. I'm done.
This has been an awesome experience, though. We definitely have to go live again.
It's fun. Yeah, it's fun. It's nice to where, like I said, you can talk, and I can like focus on the chat a little bit, and then I'll talk, you can focus on the chat, and we can just like make sure that people are listening. Because I joined a chat live this morning. Again, a guy that will not be mentioned, and people in this chat were just like, does this fucking guy respond to anybody that's saying anything in chat? It's like, F this. And it's just like, I love it.
I will say this. What I saw was, all right, so one of his mods is also in Robin Melly's chat. I'm not going to say the man's name, but he sent that streamer money asking him a legitimate question. He said, hey, have you been to Total Wine for their preferred... Dude, Reaper does not mention the stores he goes to because he's afraid of you showing up and taking his bottles.
He always says that.
Plain and simple. Someone spent money to ask him about. So he's like, oof, we don't promote stores here. Oof, we don't shout out. You know why you don't shout out stores? It's because your whole life is just waking up and stealing content ideas.
And say I got a case of Coy Hill.
And I just bought, I just bought 12 boxes of Pokemon cards. I'm gonna open up them on stream. Dude, you know what? You're very welcome. You're very welcome for me, Al, Joe Unfiltered, Alan. You're very welcome that your chat room was awesome there for a while. Now it fucking sucks ass.
I jump in just to, I don't know, just because I think
it's
funny.
It's a curiosity thing just to see the amount of people that like.
I jumped
But
in
when
this morning.
someone sent him money to ask him a question, and he said, "Oh, we don't shout out stores here." Ooh, first of all, you fake Cuban Christopher Walken, or whatever the fuck you are. I'm sorry, but stop gatekeeping and stop pretending you're someone. You're a rich kid who grew up with a silver spoon, and you still need advice.
So this person went live at like 9 o'clock this morning.
Good for you. I was already 4 hours into work.
I work at home, so I jumped into the live, and he's just like, "Are we live? Are we even live? Are we even live?" I was like, I go to look at to see how many are watching. One, it was me. And he's just, "Oh yeah, we got people joining now," and it's like, "Bye." And I don't know. I still check, and there was one mod, but I don't know. It's like I said.
I'm glad I met you all through that community. I regret all the money I spent, but we're all better off at this point. So,
you know, Alan was in there. You know, not Alan was in there today, but like I said, Alan would join that, and he had some good camaraderie of some YouTube members. Again,
yeah.
Alan, Joe Unfiltered, you know, you and I, and a few others, and it was just I don't know. It was like my day.
I'll tell you what my biggest problem was though is after that man chose the trolls, then you have his name starts with E and ends with Deger. His name was Edgar. Anyway, Reaper spent a good 2-3 weeks ripping on all of us. I'm sorry, that particular streamer spent a good 2 to 3 weeks ripping on us and then saying, "Oh, by the way, don't try and date my mods." Oof. I'm pretty sure your mods hit me up behind the scenes. Oof. Right? Look at me. Oof. You can hate me all you want. I'm pretty sure that my jokes about sending me emails, Reaper got mad at me because people paid attention to us instead of him.
It was. It's like that little dick syndrome.
He's a butthurt little child. You can keep your XRP, keep your fucking 1 or 2 Bitcoin, keep your this, keep your that. In real life, if shit were to ever hit the fan, you would be throwing your bottles of whiskey at zombies because you don't know how to shoot a gun.
Yeah,
you don't know how to do anything other than just fake your voice. And ooh. You sound like a retarded fucking Christopher Walken.
Those are the questions in his chat. Is like, what language, what ethnicity are you? You know, what are you? You know, stuff like that. But anyway, Joe, I'm gonna finish my last sip. We have 4 of us. I don't know if that counts the 2 of us, and Alan's here. And
you know what? I would like to get one more like. So if one of you 4 here have not bumped us up to 30, or sub to both of us, I see 29 likes. So now what I would do if I was in chat is I would take away 1 like, so you'd see 28 instead.
I mean, I could take my own like away. Actually, normally I make sure that I do not like my own streams.
I could have swore I liked it. Oh, those are the spirits behind you. Love my. Okay, all right.
Hold on, I want to look at your channel real quick. because I was going to say Axel, but I don't want to improperly.
Axial, Axwell. Is it Axwell like Maxwell? No, wait, that
Yeah,
wouldn't be the right spelling.
Channel's been open for 10 years, so.
By the way, I'm tired of getting messages on my Instagram. This is not me flexing, okay? This is just vascularity and just being ripped. I mean, you know, that's flexing. Just
David Fox, I appreciate your liking. Axel, I don't know if I'm saying that right. So AXEUL. So I'm going to say it like that. But
maybe
yeah,
it's actual. Like it might be a clever play on word, like actual, like actually, or it's not Azul. I like actual. I'm thinking it's actual.
I have about 60 bottles of.
Yeah.
I have about 60 bottles of Art of the Spirits. That Art of the Spirits just happens to be in the city that I live in. So,
there you go.
I have almost every Art of the Spirits bottle that has ever been released. I just got their newest, which was kind of a trip. So if I'm going to step away for just a second, just to go a couple feet. So there were some Christian organizations that wanted to contract with Art of the Spirits. So again, these are Christian organizations that wanted to contract with Art of the Spirits, and so I just picked up this 3-bottle set. They call them the Blood of Christ collection. So this is a 3-box set. The box is laser printed with or from an ex-military member. And again, he puts these bottle sets together, and then Art of the Spirits puts together each individual bottle. The first bottle is called The Way, the second is called The Truth, and the third is called The Life after he was resurrected. But it's like I said, it's a pretty. People's like, oh, whiskey and that's cruel that you're making money off of off of religion or whatever. It's like, no, but it was a few churches that came together and asked Art of the Spirits to create this, The Way, the Truth, and the Life 3-bottle
set.
set.
I didn't know it came in a whole 3-bottle set. I thought it was 3 separate bottles. I didn't know it came. Could you have bought all 3 separate and then one collective? Like, was it like a Lord of the Rings set where you get each movie individually?
Like up above, they had this the set that had to do with the gladiators, or they had a set that had to do with American Indian chiefs, and those were all individual bottles that came in an individual box. But this is the first time ever that they came with this. Like I said, it's the Way, the Truth, and the Life, and it's just like, like, pray for me. And then it was just like when he's on, when he's crucified, he's on the cross.
Yeah.
And then when he's obviously, like I said, the gist, everybody should know the gist is when he is resurrected and stuff like that. And they released it. And again, it was, people's like, oh, you whatever, piece of crap or whatever. And it was like a lot of religious organizations that were asking for and sponsoring it and stuff like that. But let me go ahead and set this down. I hate using the supplied strings to support.
All right, my phone is officially dying for the second time tonight. I think it's about time we end the stream.
Everybody, let's end the stream. Joe, thanks.
Thank you for letting me be a guest on your channel, Al. I really appreciate it, man. This has been a lot of fun.
First stream, Queasy, everybody that's left. It's been great. It's like I said, it's actually saying it's been 4 freaking hours. So everybody can go to bed. Tomorrow's Friday. Let's have a good time.
Hell yes.
I guess after walk over the phone to kill Joe. So you kill it on your end, and I'll have to kill it on mine.
All right, I'm gonna kill it. All right. By the way, Mr. Sparkle. All right, we're killing it.